Alrighty. How's it going, Dragoon? Kelvin? Penne? Dragoon getting in like instantly as soon as I hit start stream. He was on. His finger was on the fucking trigger. Alright, what was I gonna do? I did a bit of like fucking around to get the characters on the classes that I wanted them to be on. Also made 2 new characters. Got rid of some of the generics that were not named. So Naru's a knight now. Pretty sure Alphonse is a knight now too. Yeah, he's a knight. Alphonse is a knight. Ivana's a knight. Naru's a knight. Jank is a ninja. I'm keeping droids for now just because I can, and he's another Birdman. Doris is still the same. I don't think the Birdmen can change class in this. I think they're just a generic Vartan, which is like the class that Canopus uses by default, but it's a good class. I am going to tactically battle my Ogre. That is correct, Doris. The 2 mages that I've got, Cynthia and Kate, actually have the unlock requirement for Siren, but Siren isn't actually in here, so I don't know when the advanced jobs will become available. I don't know what the stat requirements for Siren are, but I do have the ability, the emblem, the Philosopher's Stone, is actually very easy to get. You just have to kill more than one target with one AoE spell. But that's the requirement for Siren. I just apparently don't have the stat requirements. Most of the advanced classes have got really high stat requirements. You are in the game, Doris. You're a Birdman. I think it was Celine not redeemed. Wait, no, Celine redeemed Naru. Naru redeemed Doris. There's still going to be, like, at the moment, my battle capacity is 8 characters. If it's anything like Let Us Clean Together, then you'll end up having 12 or something. But I don't know if they just keep it at 8 because it's a GBA game and it could get a little bit out of hand with that many moving sprites on the screen at the same time. So I don't actually know. There might be more chances for like I might need to get more characters to fill out slots. In that case, I can have more naming redemptions if people are interested. But as it is, I've got, I guess, 2 slots for named characters if people wanted to name them. I wouldn't be able to use them today, though, because I'd have to catch them up. Actually, I suppose I could catch them up pretty fucking fast by just making them punch one of my own characters in the middle of battle. But I wouldn't mind replacing Jank or Droid, because they're just generic recruits. Jank just has a good name, and Droid's just a Birdman, and Birdmen are good to have. But you could fucking hire Birdmen in this. That's why I've got one named Doris. You could actually hire them at the pubs, which is not something that you can do in Let Us Clean Together. You have to recruit. Any of the non-humans have to be recruited in battle. Just in case of a random encounter. Wait, no, this isn't an encounter, this is a cutscene. Random encounters are pretty time consuming and you can't flee from them. So when moving around the world map, I reckon it's probably best to just save before moving, just in case. So I don't waste fucking 20 minutes on a random encounter. Damn, she got in real close. began military training at 12 and became a knight at 14. That must be some pretty fucking rigorous training. To be knighted at 14. Also, he says he's no longer a knight, but it's funny because before this cutscene, he wasn't a knight. Or rather, before the previous battle, he wasn't a knight, and now he is a knight just before this cutscene. And he says, I'm not a knight anymore. Well, yes you are, because I have made you a knight. Retired at 30. Yeah. Well, Tactics Ogre, though, generally speaking, or like the Ogre Battle series, has got a lot of characters that are, you know, of veteran status, and actually have the official age to back it up. Like, there's a lot of characters that are 30, 40, 50 plus in the Ogre Battle games, because it fucking makes sense for them to be. Like, most of the military commanders and generals and leaders and all of that shit are middle-aged or older. Let's see. I'll be nice to her, because she was nice to me. He promised. He promised. I'm sure Eleanor will eventually join the party.
Fight it out.
Fight it out. I feel like I should make that a redemption. They look tough. They're fucking dragons, of course they do. Older man. I'm guessing the older man is a Beastmaster. Nope. It's awesome. Okay. Yeah. I feel like the Fight It Out is probably the one from the SNES. And that one, I don't know if it was intended to be half-hearted, or if it's just limitations. It's hard to have actual speech on these old sound chips. So yeah, it does. It does. It's like, hey, get out of this. Get in the plastic. Apparently fairies are really good, actually, in this one. They get the ability to give someone else a second turn. And it also buffs them slightly when they do it. So you can just make your strongest character attack twice. Winning condition, defeat all. I don't really want to recruit any of the dragons. Most of them are stronger than you could imagine. What level are they? They're probably like level 8. And of course he's a guest. Let's take a look at him actually. He's just an archer. Apparently archers are actually pretty shit in this one. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, level 8. They're all level 8. Baker Ning, Gigas, Rukios, Ugoroka, and Tuke. Also Dan. Dan the Gremlin. This looks like a damaged magic circle, but I'll just ignore that one. I'm sure it's nothing. I don't think I re-equipped everyone though. I think because I realized what time it was. Cause I was fucking around with this before stream, and I was like, oh shit, it's already 10 past. I better start stream. So I don't think I actually finished equipping everyone. In fact, I don't think Jank has any gear on. Well, actually, he'd have his old gear on. Yeah, he's got his old gear on. Apparently knights are really good in this too, because they're more offensive than in Let Us Clean Together. In Let Us Clean Together, they're really good. Like, they are the tank. They are very, very defensive. They don't hit very hard though. Their like offensive growth is kind of bad, but they're so tanky that it's problematic. Like unless you force enemies to unless they're forcing enemies to not move around, they don't really do much because enemies will refuse to attack knights because they're too tanky, which is such an odd thing for a tank class to be too tanky, but it's mostly because of the AI. Oh, hello. Battle fan. The AI won't attack something if they're not going to do anything substantial to them because of how the turn order works in Let Us Clean Together. They try not to waste offensive actions because an offensive action is like the most expensive thing that you can do. So if they're going to do 1 damage, they just won't bother. And knights are so tanky that they're almost certainly going to be doing that. Book of Initiation. I'm surprised they didn't already have that, actually. That's just to evade a certain amount of attack. Wait, isn't that to avoid like 3 attacks in a row? Hang on a second. I've got that Book of Initiation on several characters too. That's to use the Swordmaster class, but it's not in the list either. I'm guessing that I need to either get a Swordmaster or I need to have someone meet the stat requirements and have the book for it to appear in the list. Oh, those emblem things are per character. You have to unlock them on each character that you want that class on. And they still need to actually meet the, here, I'll show you what I mean. They still need to actually meet the stat requirements, though. So he's got a few. Like, he's got this, which isn't for a class. Arbitration is one that he started with because of my starting questions. Apparently, there's a few different ones that you can get, based on the questions at the start. These two are class related. This one's Knight. It doesn't actually say what the requirement to unlock that is here, but it's to get counterattack 15 times. Yeah, collecting them all for every character would take a fair bit of grinding, but it's also pointless. Some of them would be really difficult to get, like getting some of these on, like, say, I don't know, like dodging 3 attacks in a row, is what gets this one. I guess he dodged 2 attacks in the previous battle. Maybe it rolls over, because that was the first attack against him in this battle, and he got it. Anyway. Awarded for skill in dodging. It's required for Swordmaster, but I don't have Swordmaster in the list of classes. So she's got those two. Actually, who has a different one? I'm sure someone's got... He's got the Sniper one, which isn't for a class, but it just gives a bonus to Agi permanently. But there are some negative emblems that you actually don't want to have, and you can get them by doing stupid things. Like if you kill a bunch of dragons on one character, they can't become a dragon tamer, or the same for beast tamer. Kill a bunch of beasts, and the beasts won't trust you anymore, so that character can't change to that class. And there's like, I forget what it's called, but there's one where if you get hit for like more than 60% of your HP in one hit, I think it is. Maybe it's 70. It's like basically almost get one shot. You get a negative passive that removes your ability to crit. And the only way to get rid of that is by getting another one, which is to dodge an attack when you're at less than 5% health. And that is a bonus. It gives you increased crit chance, and it negates the no crit chance thing. But it's like, if you get the no crit one, you kind of have to try and get the increased crit one. Well, you don't have to, really, because crits are pretty fucking rare in these games. But, you know. How's it going, people? Whoa, that's not very much damage. Dragons are tanky. Apparently, of all the dragons, though, the only really particularly good ones are the black dragon and the white dragon, which are the advanced dragon classes. Like, you have to start on the other ones first. The lightning ones are actually pretty good because they have stun breath, but green is poison breath, red is sleep breath, and yeah, lightning is stun breath. But the black dragon, I forget what it did. I think it was just... actually, what was it? It was like its breath was like a guaranteed... Actually, I think lightning was paralyzed breath, and black was... I forget what the black element of this is. It's not dark, it's called... Bane or something? No, green's poison. The black one has stun on its breath, which is like a guaranteed they can't act, as opposed to sleep, which is they can't act for a random amount of time, and if you hit them, they wake up. And paralyze, which is a chance to not act, I think. Something like that. And the black dragon has the best breath. The white dragon has whatever breath it had before turning into a white dragon, and otherwise it just has very good stats. Actually, yeah, one of them has charm, actually. I don't remember which one does. Maybe it was red that has charm, and it was blue that has sleep? I don't know. I looked at like basically a class tier list, and the guy's like, goes over all the dragons at the same time. He's like, these ones aren't very good, these ones are good. Apparently the black dragon is A tier, because it's got like reliable crowd control and it's tanky as fuck. I wonder if Jank will die if I do this. Yeah, I mean, that's just how dragons are in Tactics Ogre, though, to be honest. In Reborn, they do, like, in the new remake, they made the monsters generally more threatening by just making them tankier and a little bit better for their damage scaling. Because in the older versions of Let Us Cling Together, the monsters, for the most part, are tanky but not very strong. So that the downside is that yeah, sure, they can be a very beefy frontline, but they're not really going to kill anyone. But when they did the second remake in Reborn, they made the monsters a lot more threatening, especially the ones that get bonuses. Like Octopus is insanely threatening in Reborn. Oh yeah, the dragon skin thing. I forgot about that actually. I like the random gong in the BGM. I don't think all dragons actually had that passive by default, though. Like, I think they had to unlock it one way or another. Like, I think it was a high-level one for certain types of dragons rather than just being something on all dragons. I actually considered doing a challenge run of Reborn with monsters only, making Denim a Beastmaster. But I just never got around to that. I think it'd be pretty fun, though. Golems and the Pumpkin Boys. I don't know how good the pumpkins are, actually. I never really use them. But I'm assuming that they have a bunch of percentage-based damage attacks, like they usually do in Ogre Battle games. Yeah, I think unlike most of the golems, they actually have ranged attacks as well, right? Regular golems, especially if you get the best one, the tier 3 golems, which I don't think you actually encounter in the wild. I'm pretty sure the best ones you have to actually get legitimately, which is a pain. But they are actually so annoying to deal with in Reborn. They just hit so hard. And because they've got so much health, you can't, like, not give them full TP or MP or whatever. By attacking them, like, you want to kill them before they get a turn. Like, you know, wait for them to do an action and then dump everything into them. Just because otherwise they'll just fucking destroy someone with whatever their TP move is. Yeah, there's a lot of dragons here. Stronger than you can imagine. Nice. Fuck him up. Kate, no chill. That's a sound, all right. Three damage. 5 damage. What? High roll. Nice. How's it going, Log? I won't be able to get up to there. I'll have to shoot him down, and I'll hope it comes down, I guess. Oh no, poison breath. How hard is this gonna hit? Pretty hard. I can't tell if that actually poisoned her. That was an odd choice of character to attack. Oh yeah, I kind of want to have a Valkyrie as well, because apparently those are quite good in this one. But the requirement is a bit of a hassle. I think I have to, like, kill 2 people in one hit with a spear. And I have no idea what the stat requirements are. But I don't know where I would fit one into the team. Because Valkyrie's a female-only class. There is no Rune Fencer, only Valkyrie. So there's no male counterpart in this one. Is that really the requirement? Wait, what? For Valkyrie. Oh, yeah. It's, well, I think so. It's the requirement for Siren. You have to kill 2 or more enemies with 1 spell cast. All of the classes besides the, like, base 4 have, emblem requirement, and you get the emblems for arbitrary combat things. Most of them aren't too difficult to obtain. Like the one for Knight, you just have to be counterattacked 15 times. The one for Swordmaster, you have to dodge a certain amount of attacks in a row. Most of them seem like, I think for Warlock it was kill 4 enemies with spells and 4 enemies with physical attacks. Like, a lot of these things are, like, just things that you would kind of natively do just by playing. But some of them are, like, getting a killing blow on 2 enemies with 1 spear attack is something you kind of have to set up. You know, I mean, it's something you might get. It's not unreasonable to get it naturally, but it's more likely that you would have to set it up. But you can also just, if you know what the requirements are, then you can very easily set them up, because you can just fight against your own guys. That's what I did with the 2 wizards I've got. They also separate wizard and witch as separate classes in this as well. And both men and women can be wizards, but only women can be witches. And the witch isn't just the wizard counterpart, it has a different thing altogether. Like the witch is a pure utility mage. I think it gets access to all of the debuff spells, but none of the offensive spells. And wizard is offense only. Orgy tactics, yes, that's correct. I'm setting up a dragon orgy right here. 87% chance. Also, these these items I'm picking up, like the Chalice of Life and Swift Stone and all that, those are just permanent stat boost items. You get a lot of them. Miss. Couldn't even reach it. Mirror of the Gods. I don't actually know what that is. Embodiment of Desires. Emblem acquired. I'm guessing that's from looting a certain amount of items. I wish that guy would get down. I'm gonna have to kill him with my mages at this rate. Although now that they're next to each other up there, I can AoE them with my mages. But they do have to get close enough. Damn, you hit hard on squishies. But I think my mages might both be naked. Because I forgot to equip everyone. I did buy the gear. I just realized that it was already past starting time when I was doing like off-stream fuckery before stream. I don't think I'm going to be able to lure those guys down. Why? Just too high. Alright, let's try the Shuriken Barrage attack. Miss. It actually does alright damage though. a time limit on all the missions? I don't think so. I don't think I've encountered any missions that have a time limit. And you don't get rewarded, like, you don't get, like, graded and rewarded based on how quickly you beat it, like in some tactics games. Fire Emblem does it, and I hate it, but it's not the only one that does that. But as far as I know, none of the Ogre Battle games do. Sniper Emblem. Get an agi boost in real time on the enemies. Oh, yeah. There's no time limit on anything as far as I know. There might be for certain things that are like hidden. But as far as I know, there isn't any like you have to beat this fight in 10 rounds or anything like that. I don't think there's anything like that in this one. Sure is nice that Doris can fly. Oh, great. Thanks, Wall. Nice. Wow. It's an odd choice of target when there's like squishy mages around. No, she won't be able to get up there. Well, actually, she might be able to get to... Nope, she gone. Never mind. Mages are already putting in so much work. Indirect spells are so nice. It's one thing that they have over archers. Archers don't have indirect attacks, but mages do. So they can ignore anything in the way and just target the ground in the distance. That is obviously a lie, but I kind of want him in the party. I feel like some of this might be a little bit of lost in translation as well, though. Arena. Interesting. Alright, I better actually equip everyone. Ice chain. Wait, what? Oh, because someone else is wearing it. I was like, why the fuck can't he wear that? And you can't seem to, like, switch between characters without backing out. L and R open up menus in this. Alright, Naru finally gets a hammer. Also, I'm pretty sure Jank was white before I changed him to ninja, but by changing his class to ninja, he's... apparently it also changed the color of his skin. Also, I don't know if ninjas can dual wield in this. I guess not. Oh, it's a two-hander, that's why. Wait, if I give him a one-hander, can he use a shield? Yeah, he can. It seems that everyone can equip everything in this as well, but each class has its own weapon specialty. Like, you could put heavy armor on a mage, it just won't give them beneficial stats for being a mage, but it will make them tanky. And anyone can equip a katana, but only, I think, swordmasters and ninjas have got katana specialty, so it will just be, you know, another weapon for anyone else, which I kind of like. It's like Bravely default equipment, how everyone can equip anything, but it's only worth equipping on them if they actually have the specialization for it. Yeah, both of the mages were naked. Can I give him a shield? I can. I mean, I could give him two. I could make him dual wield staves for more int bonus, though. Can't make him like quad wielded or something, though, unfortunately. I guess I better not do that for now. I'll give him a shield for now. Because I don't have 4 staves, and I don't want to go back to the shop in case I get a random encounter. Oh, she's the one with the ice chain. Damn it, I can't give her a great bow either. Spell defense and int prevents petrification. How's it going, Lancer? Yes, it is. I'm probably not going to actually use Orson that much. Wait, Naru's lawful now? I thought Naru was neutral. Doris is lawful. I already knew that. I thought Naru was neutral. I don't know what actually influences their alignment in this, but there are items, much like in Ogre Battle, but not in Tactics Ogre. Let us think together. You can get items that just change their alignment. Which is kind of nice.
Fight it out.
Find it out. Minerva the Mermaid. Apparently, mermaids and octopus in this game are very, very threatening if they're in water, but otherwise they're shit. And this map is apparently a common wall for people. At least I'm assuming it's this level. In that class tier list thing that I was looking at, he's like, me, like a lot of people who played this game for the first time, did insert stage name where there's a bunch of octopus and mermaids around, and got fucked by them because the map is mostly water. And then thought, hey, I should recruit a bunch of those, and then he did, and then realized that there's shit outside of water. Because they get like a huge stat boost by just being in water, but when they're not in the water, their stats are mediocre at best, and they'll get fucked up. Time to find out. So I guess my goal is to get on land on the other side as fast as I can, so I can fight them on land, basically. Force them to get on land. Wow. I guess equal ground there, it's not surprising. Revive Stone. The Revive Stone, can anyone guess what the Revive Stone does? It doesn't kill you. It is a curative. It's 45% chance to hit. God. You don't bonk someone with them. It's funny because, like, my guess would have been one of two things. That it revives you from death, or it wakes you up from sleep or unconsciousness. But it does neither of those things. But yeah, it cures Petrify. The item that revives is called, like, Revival Altar or something. Oh shit, the water's rising. And no, it didn't say to do that. Recruiting characters to only use on some stages, like, you know, maybe 1 in 4, isn't really worth it. Just because, yes, it would make those stages earlier, but in order for them to be viable, you still need to level them up. And that is quite time-consuming and unnecessary. Fuck, these things are janky as hell in water. What the fuck? I mean, they're also like level 9, and I'm not, so, you know. I don't have enough MP for an AoE. Miss. This is not where you want to be. This is all water creatures, and the map is like entirely fucking water. I wonder if the water's gonna like rise every turn. No, it shouldn't be. It can't be, because if it rose every turn, it would kill most of my characters, I think, on their next turn. But I mean, I'm assuming that's what happens if the water rises and they're already in deep water. I'm assuming they just drown. But I guess I don't actually know. But yeah, it would make even more of the map, give them bonus. Maybe if I go over here, it'll like lure some of them to attack. attack him and like actually come onto land, so they lose their bonuses. If you're curious, I can link you the tier list thing that I watched. It's if you know who Coffee Potato is, it's him. So I would assume that most of the information is correct. Level up! Oh, that's gonna hit both of them. Never mind. At least she took a slap for it. That's Minerva. I don't want to kill... Well, hang on, actually. Yeah, it's just to kill the leader. I do want to kill more enemies in general, just because I would like their loot and experience. Otherwise, I'll have to grind, because like the enemy level seems to go up by basically 1 every single battle, or 2. And if I just beeline to the leader every time, I'm just going to fall behind. Somehow this doesn't shock other people in the area. Also, damn, that didn't do shit. What is that magic defense? Nothing too crazy, I guess. But, alright. I guess it's just being in the water. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just the water bonus that is making them tanky. Like, they are apparently just very... I mean, so far they've shown it. But apparently they're just very threatening, but only if they're in the water. Otherwise, they're not strong. Like, this guy hit Doris for like 20 damage out of the water. Still has a lot of health, but not crazy defense or evasion. I think they just get like a flat, or not a flat, a percentage boost based on whether they are in the water or not. And that makes them very evasive, hard-hitting, all the things. who hasn't acted? Oh, right. Wow, really? You couldn't shoot over one dude when you have high ground? Damn it, Doris. Holy shit. Yeah, that's like actually doubled his damage compared to out of the water. The, I guess, that is against a squishy target though. Versus a comparatively tankier target. Kind of wish I had like a button to show HP bars above heads, like you can in Reborn. I think you could do it in the PSP remake as well. The hell was that? Oh, good. I'm guessing it was gonna put him to sleep. I didn't see the name of the spell. Wait, can she still reach over there? Yes, barely. Spell range in this is modified by your int. And like AoE radius. If you have low int, this is actually the indirect spells are a single square. But as you get more int, it goes up. So I wonder how big it can go. I think it can go up to like 5 radius, which is fucking crazy. But I do wonder what kind of int you would need for that. Because that would be devastating. That would be really, really fucking strong. Alright, hang on, let me check all my characters. Who was Doris? Okay, so you kind of need to heal. Otherwise, everyone's okay for now. Yeah, they are not quite so threatening on land. You can hit them very hard on land, it seems. I was going to equip heal to my other knights as well, but I forgot to do that. One mermaid down. You better not steal my loot. I'm glad that the AI isn't smart enough to make the mermaids and octopus enemies just sit barely in the water so they can hit people on land. They'll actually go up onto the land to hit them. A Lancer emblem. Wait, actually. Oh, wait, no, the emblems don't tell you the requirement in the tooltip. Did I play Crystal Chronicles? Is that a serious question? Sleep. Rip Ivana. Unless you mean like one of the other Crystal Chronicles games that has a subtitle. Okay, 71, 74. They're kind of getting pretty low there. Okay, so it is a serious question. I don't know how you don't know this, to be honest. Not that I'm trying to be rude or something, but you should Google my name. I only played one of the other Crystal Chronicles games there. It's a fun game. It's not great, like, single player, it's alright. It's really fun multiplayer. I had a lot of fun playing that game multiplayer as a kid. I wish the remake that they did wasn't restricted, like was on PC. I don't know why. So like when they did the remake, they released it on everything except for PC, even mobile. And it's like, why? Are you like trying to send a fucking message? But the remake was also not very good, so... How much of a loss it is, I guess, is on the individual. That'll almost certainly hit one of my guys. What was bad on it? Besides the pay to win, the voice acting that they added is quite bad. All the Moogles talk in like a normal voice and say Koopo all the time. It's very, very laggy, and missions can't start until everyone's loaded in. So they have a fixed, really long pause time at the start of every mission, because it has to accommodate for mobile phone players for some reason. So like every mission, I believe, every area, I think, is divided into smaller areas and has a very long pause at the start to account for the potential mobile players in the game. Yeah, I went crossplay on everything but PC. Everything but the most useful one to have on crossplay. Yeah, like, it also, I don't know why they decided they wanted to have pay-to-win DLC on there. Like, it's not a PvP game, so who cares, but like, you could just buy OP equipment on the cash shop. And it's like, what? Why? What the fuck? Who the hell possessed you to make any of these decisions? I was honestly just surprised that they released a remake of it at all, let alone like an HD remaster. Like, I would expect at most, at the absolute most, that it'd get like an HD remaster or something. But they gave it a remake, and it's all fully voiced and everything. They just made some very, very, very questionable decisions in regards to, I guess, the content of the game. Still... Oh, man. Still kind of annoyed that they made the Moogles fully voiced in normal human voices and say Koopo, instead of just having them speak whatever voice, and just giving them a sound, like a whistle sound. Like this, like what Koopo was supposed to be. But no. They'll just talk, just like I'm talking now, and every now and again they'll chuck in a Koopo. Just like that. I think she might die. Don't die? She's alive! What is she? You must have like 1 HP. If this guy shoots her, she's dead though. Wait, he's got a hammer, he can't shoot. My Hawkmen have bows. Enemy Hawkmen, like, never do. Because the Hawkman's special weapon is, like, the specialized weapon for Hawkmen is the hammer. But I prefer to have bows on them because they can fly and they can just get, like, a vantage point and start shitting on people. Really? Yeah. Kingdom Hearts isn't fully voiced, though. So I'm not surprised that the Moogles would only have text dialogue with the whistle sound. Because there's no voiced Moogles in Kingdom Hearts, is there? Well, maybe there is. In single player, it's just you. I believe the enemy HP scales, and you can get different things single player. So in single player, you have a Moogle that follows you around to carry the chalice, and you can, if it's not carrying the chalice, you can still do combo spells with it. It'll cast spells when you do, so you can line them up and do combo spells. But in single player, you get access to basically better materia. and you can more easily get the permanent versions of spells. In multiplayer, if you want to cast like tier 3, like Fire 3, you need to combo cast it, but in single player you can just get the spell and cast it yourself, albeit with a slow cast time. Because like, I mean, I guess you probably don't know what I'm talking about. When two characters are casting a spell and targeting the ground, if you overlap them and time it to both cast at the same time, it changes the spell. So like if two people cast fire on the same spot at the same time, it changes into Firaga. Going physical is better in single player. Going physical in general is going to be better, but any playstyle is viable. It also depends on what race you're playing. If you're not playing a Uke, it's generally not worth being a caster, like a dedicated caster. But if you're playing anything else, it's worth having some spells because some enemies you'll just want them for. Like if you're fighting ghosts, you want to bring Holy. If you're fighting anything flying, you want to bring Gravity. If you're fighting anything ice-related, having fire spells is really nice to have. But unless you're playing as a Uke, it's not really worth being a 100% caster, because they get the passive to cast faster, innately, and that makes them like very, very good for just generally being a pure mage by yourself. The tall, lanky foot. Is that with the helmets? That's a Uke. Oh, you're talking about the Selkies or whatever they're called, with the huge titties. With the helmets, that's a Uke. If you want to be a mage, that's the race to play. If you want to be a pure physical, you're probably better off playing as a Lilty. The little dwarf people. They're the best, like, they're like pure physical. They have like the highest strength, but the lowest magic. The Ukes have the highest magic, but the lowest strength, and they also have the fastest cast speed. The humans, what are they called? Clovats or something? I don't fucking remember what they're called. They're just all arounder. They can do whatever they can do whatever. They're generally quite good. And the Selkies, I don't remember. I don't remember what their like specialty was. They're just good, like all arounder good. But instead of having a block, they have a dodge. I think otherwise they're pretty much the same as the humans. I don't know. I played a Selkie in my first playthrough, but then after that I basically just played a different race every time. Like, I've played through that game a bunch of times. It was one of the few GameCube games that I owned, so I played it a lot. And I did like a couple multiplayer runs with different characters as well. But you can also just make multiple characters and switch between them. The only thing is, if you're playing single player, like the characters that you're not using aren't like leveling up or something. You know what, actually? You can fly over here and heal yourself. Ukes are probably my favorite race. Even though they're not, like, the people usually rate them fairly low because they don't like using magic. If you do like using magic, they are by far the best. And in multiplayer, they're really, really good. They are probably the hardest class to solo one, though. The hardest race, I mean, to solo one. Just because, like, you're pretty vulnerable by yourself. You can cast fast, but you better be good at dodging. Yeah, you should be able to beat the game no issues. Like, you're not generally bad at video games, you play plenty of action games. You'll probably have a bit of issue with some of the areas and bosses if you're playing as one of them. It just depends on your playstyle, really. If you are playing as a Uke as a pure physical attacker, though, you are making it harder for yourself. Because Ukes are they're meant to be basically pure mages. They do have really fast charged physical attacks, though, which is pretty nice. Nice. Double kill. Alright, so 39, 71. Hey Celine, how's it going? They should be okay as long as they don't both get hit twice or something. What are you? 98, 100 plus, 100 plus, 93, 70. The gameplay loop is a bit odd in Crystal Chronicles compared to the other ones, though. Because you have a lot of freedom in where you want to go, and the only limitation is basically that you can't do the same dungeon. I mean, you can do the same dungeon as many times as you want, but, like, you only get the... shit, what do they call it? The stuff they fill the chalice with. You can only get, like... You can only fill the chalice once from an area every, I think, 3 years? Or 3 cycles? So, like, it forces you... The miasma is what they fill the chalice for, to get rid of the miasma, or at least to protect the town. Oh boy, that's targeting 3 people. 4 people, that's bad. The miasma is the toxic mist all over the world, and they fill the chalice to power up the trees to protect the towns, put a bubble around them, essentially. But I forget what the chalice stuff is called. The goop. Oh, okay. Murr. But yeah, the like if you get some myrrh from the first dungeon, the Goblin Mines or something, any of the dungeons, you won't be able to get more of it from that dungeon for a few cycles. So it forces you to do other dungeons, but you're not forced to do all of the dungeons, and you can, if you want to, you know, maximize the I guess the output of a dungeon that you like. You can't just like you can, if you really wanted to, you could do it on the first year and then do it again as soon as you can, rather than just going to a different dungeon every single time. Yeah, it's not Frank's incense. Frank ran out of stock. Yeah, and it's got to be reduced to like such low health, but not actually dead. It's got like 3 HP. Oh shit! Buried longsword. Okay, that's actually good. I kind of like it when they're healing, just because they're not hitting me. I don't have a dedicated healer on my team. And I've only got one knight that actually has heal equipped because I forgot to equip it. Jank woke up! No, fucking lullaby. On 3 targets as well. And 2 of them had their back turned. So it's very likely to hit them. Brave for misses. Okay. Oh, 1 miss. 2 miss. Alright, that's actually nice. Naru is sleeping again. God damn it, Naru. Man, I want AoE sleep though. I don't know what classes get access to, like, range crowd control early on in this game, besides dragons and apparently mermaids. Or not all dragons, but the dragons all get some form of status effect on their breath, so the only one that doesn't have a crowd control is Green Dragon. Fuck you! Those drops, like these loot bags, yeah, like if I pick them up, whatever's in the bag, I just get to keep and use like anything else. Get parried. Yep, how's it going, Webber? If an enemy steps on that tile, they'll pick up the loot though. Wait, who needs a heal? 90, 90, anything above 90 is fine. It's been pretty fun so far. Apparently it's one of the more balanced, or if not the most balanced, Ogre Battle game. And it's surprisingly different mechanically to Let Us Cling Together. Like all of the versions of Let Us Cling Together, I mean. It's kind of funny that they remade Let Us Cling Together fucking twice. It got re-released once and then remade twice. With a high roll, this will kill. Hopefully it just hits, though. Nope. Because I was going to finish it with Doris, but I guess no high roll. Actually, no, I don't want to go there, because then she might fucking loot that. Actually, no, I can just loot the bag myself. Really? Guarded from behind, yeah. There's definitely a lower average chance to hit in this compared to Let Us Cling Together, though. The accuracy memes kind of end after, I want to say, the first, 10 levels. Like, by the time you're level 10, you're not going to miss much. Unless you're really attacking something that has very high evasion from the front. Hey, what Nora? Thanks. Just gonna try and AoE sleep again, isn't it? Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Hey, pup. How's it going? Really? Oh my god, I got all three of them, too. Oh, Ivana instantly woke up there. That's good. At least I'm good on HP right now. Nice. Yes, most of the classes are the same classes, but some of them are not in it, some of them are slightly changed. There's no Rune Fencer. I don't think there's a Berserker class. Berserker class is like non-player character only. I don't think there's a Terror Knight either, which is unfortunate, because that's my favorite class. Purely on looks alone. Although, I actually do really like the play style of the Terror Knights in Let Us Cling Together. I like what they're going for. It's just that in practice, they're not really that good. But they're possibly good, so it's fine. And I always end up using some. If not for their ability to fear, because not many classes can actually use that, can actually apply fear. If not for that, they would be kind of just shit versions of knights. Because they're considerably squishy. They're like offensive tanks. They're tanky, but they're not as tanky as pure tanks. And they're not as strong as pure offensive. Man, she needs to fuck off with that sleep. Also, I'm pretty sure Kate was already asleep. Now I have to slowly walk all the way over there because those two keep fucking running away from me. I really wish Jank wasn't asleep right now because he's one of the 3 characters that can just ignore the water. The Birdmen can fly over the water. And ninjas can walk on the water. I can, if I wanted to, I could attack my own characters. But I don't really want to do that, because it does a lot of damage. Also, I think, well, generally speaking, in Tactics Ogre, it's not really good to attack your own units. I think in training, it doesn't matter, but in normal battles, attacking your own units affects their alignment and morale. Or at least that's the case in most of the games. So I'm just going to assume it's the case in this one. And not attack my own guys when I can help it. That being said, though, it's very easy to fix alignment in this one, because there's just items to do it. I know in Let Us Cling Together, if you make someone attack someone of the same, like, race, like if you make a backroom attack another backroom, they'll lose... I forget what it is. The stat that basically makes them want to... the loyalty stat, whatever it is. It makes them lose the loyalty stat. If you make, like, if you make someone from the same faction attack someone from the same faction, they lose loyalty. And that's something that you have to kind of be careful about in Let Us Cling Together, because there are a few things that will affect loyalty, and if you tank someone's loyalty, they'll just leave your party. And it can happen with, like, named characters that are a part of the story as well. The notorious one is, what's her name? Alice, whatever the archer girl's name is. She, if you go the neutral route, like, if you go neutral, that means you started Chaos. And she joins you. But if you change from Chaos to neutral, and that's the only way to get onto the neutral route, you can't go from lawful to neutral, you can only go from Chaos to neutral. But if you change to neutral, she instantly goes to 0 loyalty and will leave immediately on the next battle if you don't raise it before the next battle. It's very, very easy to accidentally lose her if you don't know that that happens. But there are other things that, like, make loyalty drop and stuff like that. Something you just kind of have to be aware of, I guess. I knew it! I knew there'd be buried treasure there. I reckon there's probably something here too. Nope, nothing there. Randy? Down. See, ninjas can just fucking walk over the water. No fucks given. Oh, of course, Lullaby again. Man, she really likes spamming Lullaby, huh? Miss. God, the mermaids are so fucking tanky in the water, man. Holy fuck. That's a lot of damage. I don't know if this is actually going to hit Minerva or if it's going to hit Ivana. I'm going to move a little bit closer, maybe. This should go over Ivana's head. It should. Can you take their shoes when they're asleep? I mean, technically I can take their shoes whenever I want. Actually, I don't know if I can change my own equipment during combat. She has been casting Lullaby on every fucking turn, man. Can you just stop? Stop with the Lullaby. This was a double miss. No sleepy time. Oh shit, I just realized I can't cast indirect magic right now. Well, maybe if I just move you back over here. Right, spears. Ice shield. Nice. I guess I didn't have to kill her, I had to get a critical HP. Zone of Swiftness, Healing Seed, Urn of Chaos, Water Ring. I wonder what the Water Ring does. Probably enhances water magic or something, or maybe gives water defense. Rana. Alright, I need to equip you with heal. And you with heal. Knights can use, like, minimal... Like, they could use the low-tier healing spells. I think ninjas can use low-tier something as well. No, I guess, they get their own. Oh wow, that's heavy. It would lower his movement considerably if I was to use that. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. You know, there's actually a thing... There's a medal in this, or a emblem or whatever. It's a negative effect that you only get if you've leveled up too much in training. If a character levels up like 25 times in training, as opposed to normal encounters, they get a negative emblem. I think it's one that can be, like, negated by getting the opposite one from normal combat, but I think that's just kind of funny. I guess it's to stop you from recruiting a level 1 and just making them slap a level 20 plus to get one level every single time. But I feel like it's kind of, unless you really, really, really want to do something specific, you're almost invariably better off just doing random encounters to grind, rather than grinding in the arena against your own guys. There's less risk in the arena, but you get nothing. No loot, no money. And the loot alone is worth... The loot alone is worth it for random encounters. Having to make the maps instead of an entire world would be easier? What do you mean? Oh, this is the kind of game you want to try making. I feel like it would be... Like this, the TRPG genre in general is pretty suited for people who really want to, like, create a... you know, create their own big, expansive fantasy world, right? It's the game for writers. The genre for writers rather than developers who are only focused on the gameplay.
Fight it out.
Wait it out. Making the maps would also be fun though. I could see myself getting pretty sucked into just making maps for this kind of game. But like games like this, Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre and Fire Emblem and all of that, they tend to be pretty like lore-rich worlds. Because usually games like this are focused on kind of larger scale conflict, which inevitably means they have to have multiple factions that have their own backstory. Otherwise, it's boring. And yeah, I mean I feel like that's what a writer would rather be in for the most part. Somewhere where they can flex their I guess world development, which is something that doesn't really happen a lot in like pure regular single player turn-based JRPG standard shit, where you've got your party of 4 and you travel around the world. It's more about the end goal and the character development than the world itself and political intrigue, for example. What's going on in the other countries and what's making all these things come to a head. The larger picture rather than the individual characters. Like, usually it doesn't focus on the individuals that much at all. But maybe I've just been lucky with the TRPGs I've played, because I've played a fair few, but they all tend to do the same thing. Like, the story is usually focused on the larger picture. Vulgar humans. It's Ariel the mermaid. It's just, I think the Disney character is spelled differently. This map has got even more water. Let's actually kind of like view the unit list. I guess not until the battle starts. I kind of want to rush him. Oh man, that's this is probably the map he was talking about. This is probably the map he was talking about. I'm not sure, I don't remember the name of the map. It's just that it's a map that has a whole bunch of mermaids and octopus enemies, and it's mostly water. And, fighting them in the water sucks. They're so strong in the water. It's just that they're kind of shit outside of the water. Yeah, like, the one thing that's, like, really different about this one compared to, Lodis Clean Together is that the characters in general, like, squishies aren't as squishy, and tanks are not as tanky. And you don't have, like, you've got knockbacks, but you don't have Rampart Aura, and at least at the moment, I don't have access to much in the way of crowd control or, like, area denial. Like, I can't... It's hard to control an area and keep my backline completely protected because I don't have any tools to stop them from walking past my tanks. So unless a map has got a natural bottleneck, it's hard to, like, take advantage of the terrain. Because, you know, almost always in these games, you're fighting into a disadvantage. Like, right now, they've got the high ground even. Even if I was, like, starting here, they've already got an advantage. But I'm starting all the way back here, so it's going to take me, like, 4 turns to get over there. And in that time, every single one of these mermaids and octopus enemies are going to get into the water. Which means they're going to be, well, I don't know if it's twice as strong. Like, 50% stronger. They're a lot stronger in the water. I'm almost... Like, unless I was to just, like, back everyone into the corner and force them to walk onto this land, I think I'm going to have to go over there. Although I guess I could try and get over to this part. And that, like, and if I do that, maybe these guys would, like, be here and down here. But I need to go to the toilet, so I'm just going to have my coffee break now. I'll be back in a few minutes. These maps take, like, easily over half an hour, so I don't want to hold off that long. Be right back. Alrighty. Kaizen 100. That's me. You all thought I was Kaizen 2. I wonder actually if there's a guide that has all of the, like, hidden item locations. They never really matter outside of the original Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together. The original one on the SNES. The PS1 version as well to a lesser extent. Because, like, the strongest items in the game... Yeah, I fucking knew it. The strongest items in the game are magic consumables that you only find as hidden items. And they wipe the fucking map. You can beat the SNES version of Let Us Cling Together so fast because of that. But all the other games, the random loot is mostly just, like, equipment and valuables. Nothing too crazy. But I do wonder about this one. Maybe there is actually some really good hidden items. I do know there's at least one, because in that class ranking thing, he says, like when talking about ninjas, he says that you can get one of the better shields in the game in the tutorial mission, but only if you have a ninja. And you can get a ninja in your opening composition depending on what your score is in the thing. I think, like, there's 4 options of, like, starting teams, and 2 of them have got a ninja in them. Some secret stuff, and a secret character. Oh, I have no doubt there's secret stuff. I just mean specifically, like, hidden items on the ground. Like the one that I just picked up on Jank, how he just picked up a Holt hammer. Those kind of things are kind of all over the place, but usually it's just stuff like that, like it's equipment that I could have purchased from the shop. It just saved me a bunch of money. Guide on hidden items? Maybe I should have a look. I'll do it on the enemy turn, because they take so long to do everything. I think maybe if I rush this way, I think I'll move everyone towards that north side and see how it goes. See if I can lure them to come to me. Alright, let's have a look. Secrets. Oh yeah, to get Deneb in this, you actually just have to recruit a generic and name her Deneb, and a female generic, name her Deneb, and then unlock the witch class and change to witch, and instead of changing to witch, she changes to Deneb's unique witch class, which is kind of funny. In the other games, Deneb is always a witch, and she's a unique witch, but the only thing that you can see different on the interface is that her class is called Witch Loveheart, and the normal witch is just called Witch. There is a treasure section? Nice. I'm just scrolling through it now, but you know, I'll do it on their turn. I'll just browse through it on their turn, because I can't make their turns go faster. I just need to hope they don't fucking dawdle. Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that, Lozo. But normally, like, recruiting Deneb is like a kind of a hidden task or a difficult or arduous task. In Let Us Cling Together, it's a pain in the ass. In the Ogre Battle games, I think it's just always a hidden but not necessarily that difficult thing. I don't know. I didn't recruit her in Ogre Battle 64, and I haven't played March of the Black Queen. There's a secret shop. I'm guessing it's Deneb's shop. Oh, you have to have Deneb in the party, and she opens the shop. So weird. Complete treasure locations. Oh man, they've just given coordinates. Oh god. There's an area in this game called Bison. I didn't even notice. I think I might have already gone past it. So what was the name of this? This isn't Arena, this is Rana, I think? So let's see. 3... Wait, it doesn't show me the coordinates? Oh, man. Seriously? It just tells me the elevation. Are you fucking serious, man? Why the hell would they... Why would they make a guide like that? Giving you coordinates, but like... I guess... You just have to count it yourself and hope that you've got the same... You know, like, orientation, I guess. So wait, what is this one then? So this is Rana. So okay, so this is 315. Let's see. The only so there's Ice Blade, which is a guaranteed, but the other ones are random. And I don't know what... It says Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 random treasure. I'm guessing that the groups of loot are just like a pool of random treasures. But it doesn't seem to specify what's in the loot groups. Different items depending on your biorhythm in the actual group. Group 1 is mainly low-level weapons. Few healing items. Group 2 is mainly items that will raise your stats permanently. And healing items. Group 3 is the rarest and has the most expensive and interesting items. Okay, so the Group 3 ones are worth going for then. So on this one, on Rana, there's one Group 3, which is at 1613. So let's see. There, apparently. Wait. Why they wouldn't have screenshots is beyond me. This website has screenshots. They just decided to make this a text-only page. How's it going, Pan? That's, yeah. The map doesn't show coordinates, they just kind of counter to themselves. Oh shit, there's the leader. She came in fast. $65 damage. Aw, you son of a bitch. It seems the amount of resources for this game is quite low by comparison to Let Us Cling Together there. Which, to be fair, is the more popular of the games. But still. It was kind of hard to find information about stat growth and classes. Like, you know, what's shit and what isn't shit. I'm kind of curious what a Seraph Plume does. Does it, like, permanently increase movement, like the other permanent stat gain things? I should actually, like, look that up. Oh, only aimed at one. Hey, Nara. Yeah, quick Google suggests that I'm just gonna have to use this and look at a text-only guide and just count the fucking coordinates myself. Miss. Ooh, that hits pretty hard. Oh, and the water's rising. Of course the water's rising. Hey, it just makes them rise with it. So I don't think you can die from drowning, then. I kind of figured it would take them from, you know, shallow water to deep water where you can't attack, and then death. Also, Biff the Fairy. Yeah, it's a bit more... water is a lot more generally risky and dangerous to deal with in Let Us Clean Together. Because, like, some classes can't step in water, and, like, water at a certain depth is just impassable by anyone that can't actually swim. Like, say, an octopus. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to kill the leader just yet, because the objective is to kill her. And she's kind of made herself a very easy target. Has anyone else even taken damage? Wait, so what was this one? This one was... Oh, I don't remember where it was now, because it's covered in water. Hey, Comment, this is a cool game. You played this one? I had only played various versions of Let Us Clean Together. I hadn't played this one. Why aren't they doing it, like, why aren't they casting it on multiple people? That could have targeted 3. motherfucker. Wow, it actually walked onto land to do this. Strangling tentacles. That's, for some reason, the animation is a tornado. Causes confusion? Not what I would expect from a strangling tentacles. Knight the Knight. Oh, we don't have Knight the Knight. We do have 3 knights, but we don't have anyone named Knight. Rude. I mean, I could make. I've got room for I think 2 more. At the moment, the party size is 8. I've got space for 2 characters that could be whatever, really. If people want to redeem more names, I don't know if it'll stay as 8 for the full party though. Because it might, like the other games, you might get like a larger party capacity as you get further into the game. Have I played Disgaea or Luna? I've played both Luna 1 and 2, and I've played Disgaea 1 and 2. Holy shit! That's a lot of damage. Weird. Why is this so squishy compared to normal? Yeah, I see you've been playing Disgaea lately on Steam. Disgaea 1, right? Which Disgaea games are actually available on Steam? All but 3. So, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6... What is it, like 7 of them now? There's a lot of them. I might be thinking of a different series. Three is supposed to be trash. I don't know, I feel like 1 and 2 are basically the fucking same, so I don't know how different the later ones are. All I know is that in the later games there are more efficient ways of grinding. Don't put him to sleep. Miss? Oh, it is a target one. They're being very, very friendly with the lullabies. Like, they're using it a lot, but they're always casting it on one unit. Maybe they just don't have enough int for it to be an AoE. These mermaids just worse than the ones in the previous map. Already of the later Disgaea games on Steam, like, how many games are in the series? Because there's like also the spin-offs, but I'm just talking about the main ones. Let's see. 7. 7 is the most recent one. So, 4, 5, 6, and 7, are they on PC? Yeah, this is the one with the metal system. They're all on Steam, wow. Even 7, the most recent one? Damn. That's kind of funny that 3 isn't on there. Is 3 really that bad? Like, was it like fucking locked to DS or something stupid and they never bothered doing anything else with it? Because it sold poorly? This thing is still tanky as fuck even on land. I don't know how interested I would be in playing all the Disgaea games though, to be honest. Like, I enjoy playing through Disgaea 1 and 2, they're pretty fun. And I did a lot of the post-game stuff in 2, but that was a long time ago when I had way more time on my hands. And I'm not really that interested in doing the hundreds of hours of grinding to fight a Prinny with a different skin in any subsequent games. Will this even hit him, I wonder? It will. Nice. Jesus. That is a lot of damage. What is his health at now? Okay, he's still fine. He's only in one-shot territory. How's it going, Lexi? Also, apparently, I received a gift from Pan. Alright, let's show the class. Where is my display capture? Chrono Trigger, here it is. We were talking about this one yesterday. Thank you very much for that, pun. Chrono Trigger is one that I haven't played in quite a few years. So I'll be happy to go back to that one. And it's got all the additional content that I haven't actually done, because I had only played the SNES version. Thank you, thank you. Might actually add that to the backlog in case someone wants to request it. Otherwise, I'll end up getting around to putting it in there myself, most likely. But I always like to add any gifted games to the backlog, unless they plan on requesting it themselves directly. Just in case, because you know I get through games slowly. Alright. Backlog updated. I better actually pay attention to what they're doing. I don't want to, like, kill one of my dudes while I'm not looking. I haven't had any character get KO'd yet. I've just had some near-death experiences, so I don't know, like, how much time I have to revive it. Apparently, if someone dies and then the match ends before they time out, they die. They don't get revived. You can't just try and finish the battle quickly, so they don't die. In this, they are gone. If they go down and stay down in battle. Yeah, it just doesn't have that monster battle thing, I think you said. Either way, the only version I had played was the SNES version, which has no additional content. Obviously, it's the original version. So, also shit. How hard would it hit you? Pretty hard. Fuck it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like something I would really care that much about unless it had something really cool in it. .25 HP. I wonder, can you just finish him off, Naru? Nope. Fucking hell. 9 damage. Power of being in water. I think I'd actually rather Naru just heal. You at 97, 73. I better heal him. Hydrotherapy. Otherwise known as waterboarding. Also, this octopus is called Bacchus. I wonder if he's also an emo robot. Or maybe just an alcoholic. I guess you get increased damage when you have the high ground as an archer. I don't think he'll make this shot, but I'll try. Yeah, honestly. Found actual level maps? Hell yeah. I am not counting the squares. I was just gonna not do it at all. Thanks to that, Kelvin. Let's bring this up on the side. I wonder if you can actually still grab the items when the water is come up. Because, like, one of those tiles is underwater now, but I've already looted it. Actually, 2 of those tiles are underwater now, but I already looted one of them. I guess I can find out. Doris fell asleep. I mean, this Doris has probably gone to bed. I would imagine it's pretty late for him. So it's true to IRL. Make me count squares. Fuck that. You think I play this game to count? You think I play video games to do math? Not that counting squares is math, but, you know. I was looking for an excuse to complain, man. Oh, that changes their facing. Interesting. I guess it changes it randomly, most likely. Also, fuck you! These octopus things are so fucking tanky, man. Healing it for 50 is like healing it for 5 attacks, because that's how little damage I do. So I stepped onto this tile, I think. But actually, maybe I stepped on that one. You know what, Knight? That actually just made me think of a Twitter post I saw about some guy saying, "Man, kids these days don't know how rough it was dealing with ChatGPT 1.0. They got 5.0 now. They'll never know the struggle." And I'm like, holy shit! It's like a toddler calling out a baby on the difficulties of modern life. Tome of Discipline. That's not bad. So the enemy is currently standing on... There should be an item here, where this octopus is. And there is something... I guess... here. Because this screenshot obviously shows the map before the water level has gone up. Oh, we can actually counterattack from here. Yeah, she's got a spear. Oh, she missed anyway. I think the octopus things are angry because I'm attacking their hot mermaid masters. How dare you attack my waifu? If I risk my life by going into battle for her, maybe one day I'll get a chance to date her, you know? It'll be worth it. Damn those hot mermaids. I mean, I get the feeling that these are just tamed monsters. Nice. And they probably don't have more sentience than an attack dog or something. Goddamn right, Alphonse has got good taste. Octopus is delicious. Well, actually, to be fair, I've only had baby octopus. I don't think I've eaten anything with adult octopus in it. Man, fucking hell, you do no damage. Man, I just want them to come onto land so I can fight them without the massive stat boost they have in water. But they do not want to. They do not want to surface. Whoa. Trying to keep from the loot in the water? Well, I get the loot in the water at the end regardless. If they don't pick it up, I get it at the end of battle. It just automatically gets looted. But if they pick it up, I have to kill them again. Or kill them to get the loot. Alright, how hard do you hit? How's it going, Fox? That's soggy treasure, yeah. Soggy treasure is the best kind of treasure, though. Why do you think people are so obsessed with sunken treasure? I'm doing pretty good, making progress, getting fucked by mermaids. Also octopus. Gotta get some tentacle hentai up in here. Alright, so the item over here should be... here? Man. Oh. I'm misreading that. Oh, she's gonna try and put him to sleep, isn't he? Oh, no, it's just on someone else entirely. I really thought it would be on... I don't remember if that's Doris or... the other Birdman. If I get another Birdman, I should probably call him Harvey. They really want Cynthia to sleep. It's probably good, though, because I would rather Cynthia be sleeping because she does lightning, and they're all wind elements, so they're all resistant to lightning. Hey, finally, she got out of the water. Just halved the damage. Alright, so it should be... here. You won't be able to attack anything from here, though. Nope, no item. I think it has to... I think you have to get it before the water lowers. The water raises, sorry. Which is pretty rough. That means you'd need to have a bird person or a ninja, like, starting as much this way as they can, and get there in 2 turns. Which is, that's like maximum movement twice in a row. I think I could probably, like, just do a random encounter. 1 square off. Am I? Oh, you're right. I am 1 square off. I miscounted. I was only using this one as reference, and the map looks like 2 tiles, but it's actually 3. I mean, I'll just check it on his next turn. I haven't been putting save states down mid-battle, so I don't want to reload. No, the element is kind of, just random. Like, all of my characters have got different elements. Some, like, there is, I think, more likelihood for one thing to be one thing or another. Oh wait, no, they're not all wind. They're just mostly wind. She's water. Most of them were wind, though. And the elements are just like opposites. Fire and water opposite, and wind and earth are opposite. And they do more damage to their opposite. So if it's kind of funny, it just means that like if you attack someone that's weak to you, and they counterattack, they'll do a lot of damage as well. I was hitting for like 8 damage when she was in the water. That's just how much of a stat boost they get. Nah, if I was counting the squares, I would have been on the opposite side of the map. Oh, good. For a second there, I thought she was going to loot the treasure. It's my treasure. In this case, though, it's kind of hard to see because the water level went up, so the map looks different to what it looks like in game, I mean. Fucking lullaby, man. Oh, it's gonna hurt a lot. Oh god. Leave Cynthia alone. At least she woke up, because she got hit. Also, I think... Wait. Yeah, this one should be... No, let's put a save. Yeah, you can still loot it. Get some berries. Ice Blade. Yeah, like if you were to bring mermaids or octopus into a water-focused map like this, you will probably steamroll your enemies. The problem is that not all maps have water on them. And apparently later in the game you would deal with a lot more ice. I'm guessing at some point, you know, you're doing war in winter. Same thing happens in, well, actually a lot of games. But yeah, I think later in the game it's winter time, so a lot of maps are just covered in ice and water is frozen. So it makes them less viable as the game goes on. But yeah, not all maps, most maps even, don't have a lot of water. But when they have an advantage, they are very strong. Like, nothing can compete with them if they're fighting in water, but you're just not always fighting in water. Actually, I think I'll just keep up here and heal. I don't want that counterattack to hit 2 people. Because it'll hit hard, that's for sure. Pokopia? I mean, yeah, it's basically Dragon Quest Builders. Lots of games use grids for placing objects, though. That's just like standard feature in anything that has you building, really. Come on, not a low roll. Nice. Didn't need it to be a high roll, I just needed it to not be a low roll. Digimon Survive is kind of Digimon Tactics. I am not familiar with Digimon Survive. Pokemon Tactics. I mean, there's a browser game, which is a Pokemon tower defense, if that counts. I feel like Pokemon is all the pieces that you would need to make a good TRPG, but much like SMT, they still, like, they can do it, but that doesn't mean... Oh, shit. She's stealing my loot. That doesn't mean they actually make a good game. They just have a good format. Wow, that was a fucking sword emblem, too. You dick. Yeah, she'll drop it if she dies, I think. But she might just drop her own loot if she dies, and she might not die. I might just get her to critical health and then not actually kill her like the last battle. You get the leader to critical health and the battle ends. I feel like it's more likely that they would just make it RNG heavy. It'd be like fucking Mystery Dungeon or something, where they'll have like some base 70 accuracy nonsense as a standard feature, and it would kind of ruin the overall experience. Or it would be like fucking... Devil Survivor, or whatever it's called. It'll just be like a mess. You should be able to reach from here. Damn. That was a pretty low chance of success on that one, to be fair. Hopefully she doesn't steal too much loot. Yeah, I mean, like, Pokemon and SMT and Digimon and anything that's got, like, a lot of different unique creatures that are, like, in other games, a part of your team rather than just random monsters, is a good format to make something like a grid-based tactics game. But they still have to make it a good game. Like, just putting Pokemon skins... Like, just having the Pokemon skins doesn't make it a good game. That just makes it a likable franchise. It just means that they would have very little to... They don't have to invest very much into actual character design. They mostly just have to look at battle mechanics and gameplay, which is, on paper, great, but it's also Pokemon. It's most likely not going to focus on anything interesting. More likely, they will just make it either very easy, or just RNG heavy. Are you for real? She's just taking all the loot now. What was this one? Oh. Cassowary feather. What the fuck is a cassowary feather? Oh, the water's going back down again. Interesting. It doesn't rise further. It goes down. Alright, I have to see. Let's see. Also, Blackthorn with the raid. What the fuck is a cassowary feather in Tactics Ogre? I know what a cassowary is. Rare item that can be obtained primarily from recruiting fairy character, blah blah blah. Uses considered a high value rare item in this game's item economy, along with glass pumpkin and dragon gem. Okay. How's it going, Blackthorn? Welcome in, raiders. How's the Papes adventure going? I think it's an accessory that just gives you a good boost. Cassowary feather. Beast handling effect. Spell defense 10. What the hell is beast handling effect? Yeah, I don't know what beast handling effect is. The Turk my derbs! You know what? Fuck you, I'm taking this loot. Not even give another chance. Goddamn thief. Embodiment of desires. Wow. 47 HP on Ariel. Ariel the mermaid. Now she's a critical HP, I think. Will this end the battle? Oh no, it won't end the battle. Maybe I guess I actually have to kill her. Get him, Kate! Oh, the indirects have better accuracy, I didn't realize. Yeah, she didn't die, so she didn't drop anything. But she looted two things that I don't really actually care about. You may one day find my spear protruding from your back. There's some interesting translations in this, and I get why it comes to that. In like basically, I mean, I'm assuming. Hang on, I'm assuming that this one was Matsuno, but it might not be. Ogre Battle 64 wasn't. No, it isn't. It's Mizue Tanaka. I don't know who that is. Directed by Yuichi Murasawa, who I also don't know. But yeah, he is pretty he writes with very flowery words, and you can really see the difference in translation between older games and more recent games. Like the best examples are probably Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions versus the PSP version. A lot of things are poorly translated in the original version, but the PSP version is like way more accurately translated apparently, or at least according to Matsuno himself. He says that the translation of the PSP version is way better. Not just the incorrect names, but the way that it's translated in general is more accurate to what he was going for. Also, no Quack Lane. To be fair, Ariel's pretty fucking badass. It's a stat for the Beast/Dragon Tamer class. Like, does it just make him boost beasts more? Because like the Beast Tamer and Dragon Tamer classes have like an aura that boosts dragons and beasts nearby, like within a certain range of them, and it can be quite strong. Like if you have a Dragon Tamer and 3 dragons or something, they're gonna be strong. It's like having an octopus in water, but not to the same extent. Oh damn, she's a leader because she's got way more hair. Pink mermaid. Chloe. Not Chloe or something like that. It's Chloe. We lived peacefully, and then humans arrived. Damn, she looks very bored. Bloodthirsty goblins! That makes sense. And Beastmasters use whip as a specialized weapon. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's just Japan that mixes mermaids and sirens. I think that's just something that happens in a lot of fantasy things in general. The two just get lumped together. But I feel like most of the fantasy games that most people have played are Japanese. Sirens are more murderous. Well, I think mermaids are just, like, in real world mythos, I think mermaids are just basically creatures that live in the sea, whereas sirens are murderous. They specifically lure people to their death. I don't know if mermaids are, canonically murderous in real world lore, real world mythos, right? Sirens were birds. I thought they were like just attractive looking women that would live out in the ocean on the rocks. I have seen more depictions of sirens having like some feathers though than like having a fishtail. Usually when I see a siren depicted, they're usually like just a hot, mostly naked woman that might have some scales or feathers, but they won't have like full-blown wings, and they won't have a full fishtail. It's just like somewhere in between. I see. But yeah, I don't know about mermaids. Sirens are the murderous ones. Like they're the ones that are supposed to lure ships to their death, hence the siren song. But mermaids, I don't know. I find it odd that they would have like they've clearly built this structure for themselves. But why would they build a structure like this? Like, wouldn't they make something that's more accommodating for their fishy bodies? Like, I imagine slithering around on stone floor would probably be a lot more uncomfortable than swimming for someone with a fish lower half. Um, like, I would have thought, okay, maybe they want, tables and chairs and that kind of thing so they can sit down, but everything would be like in shallow water so they can move around more easily. Yeah, maybe it's they just like the feeling. It's like scratching their belly as they're moving. I would think that everything would just be in like knee deep water, and they would just have like tables and whatnot to put things that they don't want wet on. But otherwise, they would rather be in water. I don't know if they can breathe underwater. I'm guessing they can. Brevra. What a name. A beautiful mermaid with golden scales. Urodella. Oh, there's a shop here. And it's got a mermaid for a shopkeeper. I was like, is it gonna have the same generic shopkeeper? Nah, it's all the same loot. All the same shit. You can hire mermaids here. Thank you very much for not buying anything. Combine octopus with mermaids. I feel like in some fantasy settings I've seen that kind of thing, where the mermaids have actually got an octopus lower half instead of a fish lower half. But it's much less common. Can't hire lichen? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they're in this game. I kind of doubt it, but they are in Ogre Battle 64. And there's a couple werewolves, I think, in Ogre Battle 64. But they're kind of a special case. I don't think they're in the other games. I'll be back in a second. Quick toilet break. Alright. Alright, let's see. I'll save before moving. Okay, this is not a random encounter. Okay. We recruited Ariel. She starts level 12. God damn. I guess they just expect me to be higher. I think they just expect you to do more grinding. I don't actually plan on using her, though.
Encounter.
Encounter. Is this just a random encounter? I'll reload. It is. Holy shit, it's a Beastmaster. Yeah, it's just a random encounter.
Encounter.
Encounter. Hey, it's a witch. It's not Deneb, though. Yeah, random encounters can take just as long as story battles. So I would rather not do them. At least on stream. Because it can be very, very time consuming. Considering that this is 400-year-old information, I feel like they are not going to find much in the way of leads. They don't meet. Wow, that's rough. It's like, yeah, okay, I know he left that army, but like, my hometown, family, friends, everyone, they don't mean anything to me anymore. Yeah, there's no way that if she had surfaced somewhere that people wouldn't be talking about a fucking golden mermaid. Oh, he is an advanced class at least. He's on knight. which I guess is counted as an advanced class. It has a requirement other than stats.
Encounter.
Encounter. Man. The fuck is the random encounter rate? Wait, I thought this was the... Oh, Solea, not Ushra. My bad. Didn't even notice the...
Fight it out.
Fight it out! Didn't even notice the red one. Abusive priests? Never. Okay. What the fuck? I mean, I guess they're both probably teenagers. I mean, I know Alphonse is 15. Carsist! We don't want to get rough, he says, fully armed with a fucking squad of dragons. Alright, let's bring up the, Wait, this... Maps and charts for, like, every, what is the name of this place again? Is this Scabella? No, that's the town. This is... Rodella. I think? No, wait, this isn't Rodella either. What map is this? Solea. Oh, I don't think there is a... Oh no, there it is, I'm just blind. Battle number 10, Solea. What do we got here? The, one of the archers has got a unique drop, apparently. And the Dragoon, but the Dragoon's the boss, I have to kill him. And where are the... Oh, there's no... Oh wait, no, there is. Why doesn't it say what they are? I guess because they are randomized loot. There's an item here, here, and here. Protect Elador! Wait, so I just have to protect her? I don't have to, like, kill the boss? At least she isn't completely suicidal. Oh no, the witty condition is to kill Karsus, it's just, it didn't say so. So I have to, I guess, I also, there's a fail condition of her dying, I guess. You can, yeah, but I don't want to. I want to kill the others as well. For their loot and experience. Because I am, like... Actually, level 9 is the same as the last battle. Boss is level 14! What the fuck? 12, 12... Oh no, she's level 9. She's not level 9, she's level 12. I was looking at my own level. So yeah, they're all level 12. I'm going to get quite a bit of experience for hitting them because they're 3 to 4 levels higher than me. Actually, some of them are too. I didn't realize these guys had hit level 10. What level is Eleanor? She's also level 12. I am quite behind on levels though. And I would have to, like, if I don't kill most of the enemies while fighting, then I'm very likely to have to stop and grind. Which is not really what I want to do. Coral Harp. Apparently the Dragoon is very tanky though. So brushing him would actually be kind of dangerous. Just because, you know, the entire time that I'm trying to beat down a very tanky unit, I've got 4 dragons and 2 archers attacking me. And dragons are pretty threatening. They don't do massive damage, but they're very, very tanky and have some pretty nasty status effects. And they do not like her. Does it make any noise when I take my headset on and off like that? I like took my headset off so I could scratch my ear, but then I wondered if that like comes through as loud. So there's an item here and here. Oh yeah. I mean, you could definitely do a lot worse in triangle strategy. The story is pretty fucking stupid in that game, but it is a genuinely fun game. Level up! Thunder Arrow. Didn't even realize I had that ability. Bolt of Lightning, AoE 1. .69% accuracy. Miss. Yeah, I feel like there are better ones to go for if you haven't already played them. Like, if you haven't played Final Fantasy Tactics or Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, I would recommend both of those over Triangle Strategy. But if you have already played them, then yeah, it's definitely worth. If you've played them and enjoyed them, then it's definitely worth playing Triangle Strategy. As long as you don't mind the extremely long cutscenes and all that shit, because there's a lot of yapping in that game, a lot. I would care less about the amount of yap if the story was good, but the story's it's pretty dumb. It's a giant war over salt because salt is a precious commodity, except they are unaware of the fact that salt is used for more than cooking until you already have finished the story. Then they're like, we discovered that salt could be used for more than cooking. And it's like, why the fuck were you even fighting over it if you were only using it for cooking? That was... because it's like, it's just not mentioned. Like, they don't mention the reason why salt is so valuable, I think. And it isn't actually brought up until, like, the post-game. And it's like, huh? Why was there a war over salt? Like, a war over salt makes sense. Salt is an extremely valuable resource. Especially back then, when, like, all of the uses of salt, like curing and preservation and all of this good shit, is why it's so valuable. But they don't mention its non-food uses at all until the story's over. And it's like, wait a minute. You're telling me this whole time you didn't even fucking know what you can do with salt other than eat it? Like, why? Jesus, like, how the hell is it so valuable if it's only a seasoning? Well, I mean, like, wars have been fought over salt. Salt is an incredibly valuable resource, especially back then. But they didn't... I just find it really weird that they didn't go for any of the reasonable excuses to fight over salt. They didn't use any of them. They just like... yeah, we like how it tastes. Time for a full world war! It's like literally a world war. All of the nations, all of the major players were in on this. Because salt tastes good. $100 experience for that one. Nice. Kazuon Bojo, exactly. Embodiment of desires. I don't know what that one actually does. I just know that you get it from looting stuff. Jupiter. I wonder if any towns have recruitable dragons. Oh. Fuck it. Or if you, like, have to actually tame them. Leather whip. Leather whip. Cold breath. So what does cold breath do? I think that one puts you to sleep. Or at least it can. Fuck you. Shit, I better keep an eye on her health. She's taking a lot of hits. Holy shit, that hit quite hard. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a good amount of anime cringe in it, that's for sure. But it's mostly just, like, generally poor writing. It's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Can you elaborate on that? No. No, they won't. Is that Trogdor? It is. But it's budget. This is discount Trogdor. He doesn't actually use Fire Breath, he uses Poison Breath. He's just the correct color. Worse than Devil Summoner? Different reasons. But same kind of thing. You know how Devil Summoner has got like a lot of things that are like, wait, what the fuck? Like, why? Why can't you just do this? And they don't make any excuse as to why they can't do the very obvious thing to do. Devil Summoner does that a lot, right? So does Triangle Strategy. They kind of both do the same thing. Where like there'll be an obvious move or an obvious solution to a problem they have. They'll encounter some kind of obstacle, and there's an obvious solution. But for whatever reason, they don't take that solution, and they don't mention that solution either. Oh yeah, sorry, I meant Devil Survivor. Devil Summoner is like only a subtitle. There isn't actually a game that's just called Devil Summoner, right? Crazy for the soul. Because like the Raido games and the Soul Hackers games are all called Devil Summoner, aren't they? Devil Survivor has a lot of cases where it's like, oh yeah, I mean, for example, when there's like actual flying demons who are apparently invisible to the soldiers and impervious to the soldiers' weapons, and they're like, we can't get out of the containment, even though it's just like a 6-foot barbed wire fence. But these demons can fly, and they're impervious anyway. Like they can't get shot. They're immune to the human weapons. So like, why not just leave? But they don't actually explain. They don't mention that. Like they're just like, no, we can't, and they don't elaborate on why. Even though it's a very, very obvious solution, and usually a writer will make an excuse as to why they can't do the obvious thing. They'll make an excuse. It doesn't need to be a good excuse, it just needs to be an excuse. To be like, hey, why can't you just like, you know, eat food to stop starving? Why can't you just go to the grocery store? And they just won't mention it. Like, no, man, we're starving. We need to make a journey to Africa to harvest the rarest of fruit. It's like, how about we just stay here in Japan and go to the convenience store? But they won't say that. They'll just be like, yes, that's what we have to do. And no one will ever mention how stupid of an idea it is. They'll just roll with it and not ask any questions. That's a lot of no, not Soul Hackers. That's Devil Survivor. I just got the titles mixed up. But Triangle Strategy kind of does the same thing. There'll be like not quite as much, but it'll be like an obvious solution to their problem, but they won't mention it. They'll instead come up with a really stupid solution, and no one questions it. And that's something that exists in many stories, many fiction, much of fictional media is like that. Yeah, but like, it doesn't bother me because they found a stupid solution. It's that they didn't make an excuse to not use the easy solution. Like, it's not hard to make an excuse to not be able to do the easy solution. It's not really hard to do that. You can have a dumb excuse. You just need to have an excuse. I mean, common sense wouldn't necessarily halve the playtime, though. It's not about not doing the easy solution. It's about not even recognizing that it's there and making an excuse as to why they can't use it. That's it. It's as simple as that. If you need to cross the road, the first option is going to be, how about we just walk across the road? But they could be like, oh, well, we can't. If you step out onto the road, the road worms appear and they'll kill you instantly. We have to walk around and find a bridge. It's a stupid excuse. What the fuck is a road worm? But It's an excuse. It's a reason why they can't just walk straight across the road. They have to find a bridge because the road's dangerous. Yeah, it's like, we can't cross the river because we can't swim. We're all armored and we're leading an army. We have to find a bridge or a land bridge. That's a fine excuse as to why they just can't cross right here in this narrow river. Doesn't necessarily, like, obviously that is something that can be overcome without having to cross halfway across the country to find a land bridge. But you could accept it as an excuse. Yeah, have to use the crossing or we'll get shot by the police. Wow, a great bow. Thanks. Should you start downloading wilds for this week? Oh, this weekend I won't be free, but next weekend I actually probably will be. I was actually going to message you about that. I just forgot. This weekend I'm probably going to actually stream on Saturday, funnily enough. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday it'll be pretty busy for me. But Sunday it won't interrupt the streaming, so I can still stream on Sunday. But Monday, Tuesday I'm not going to stream. I'm going to have busy Monday, Tuesday. And after that, like, all subsequent weekends, I think I'm going to be pretty free. So I'll probably start on the Monster Hunter. I'm also curious if anyone is interested in Archipelago Rando stuff. Because I have been doing a bunch of that lately, and it would be fun to get more people in on it. But Monster Hunter is first on the agenda. Oh, this is convenient. I might actually mention the Archipelago thing on Discord to see who's interested. Apparently a lot of people don't even know about what it is, but basically it's a randomizer. It's a multiplayer randomizer that is cross-game. Like, you can have a Pokemon Emerald for one person and Dark Souls 1 for another person. And the randomized stuff is all, like, pooled together between both games. So the Dark Souls person will get stuff for the Pokemon person. And it's been quite entertaining playing that with a couple friends of mine off stream. But it'd be pretty cool too. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it on stream because it'd be awkward having like multiple people on voice chat or something. But I guess we shall see what the future holds. You can play as Rayquaza in Dark Souls. It doesn't quite work like that. I mean, it works just like any standard randomizer where it takes the item flags and whatnot and just shuffles them. So you don't know where the things will be, but it has the, that pool of items is shuffled between all of the games. So, when you loot an item for someone in one of the other games, it tells you that you got this item for this player, and just gets sent to them. So it's like, I got pretty lucky in the first Dark Souls 1 Archipelago rando I did. I think the other two are playing Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on each. But they have lots of checks, pretty early, and I got really lucky. So I got the Lord Vessel, when I got out of the tutorial, I got the Lord Vessel. And I got Warp off the bat, and I got a pretty good weapon. I think I got Quelaag's Fury Sword, right at the start of the game. Yeah, exactly, Shinryu. The only thing that's consistent is what is set to be not randomized. Like, you can do things like not randomize specific key items, so you know that, you know, the key to this door is always going to be in the same location, so you can't get, like, bottlenecked so much. Man, this is rough. These guys hit so hard. Because I'm so behind on levels. Dude, you're a priest. Fucking heal yourself. Eleanor. She's level 12. She doesn't have any heals. She doesn't have any items. She's got a pearl necklace. Hmm. I've done a couple of Pokemon randos as well, which is pretty fun. In Fire Red Leaf Green, for the rando, you can randomize what town you start in, and it scales the surrounding areas level based on proximity to where you started, which I thought was pretty cool. Wait, is that going to hit the person in the middle? I think it will.
It will.
And it missed anyway, fuck you. Yeah, well, a protect mission anyway. Fortunately, I don't have to actually escort her anyway, I just have to keep her alive. I could... Elite 4 with level 5 mons? No. Not quite. You can actually have it so the Elite 4 is, like, their level is random as well. You can change all kinds of shit. Anything that you would conceivably want to change is there as an option. Like the catch rate of Pokemon, how randomized they are, the nature of how they're randomized, like if it's by zone, like if it's swapped 1-for-1 or it's totally random in every single encounter. All that shit. There's a lot of options. You can also have different goals as to what counts as beating the game. Like, you can make it set to, you have to fight the Elite Four rematch. You could make it so the goal is to beat Mewtwo or catch Mewtwo. I didn't actually look at all the options, but there's a few of them. Maybe I should just heal her to be cautious. Confuse. So fire does confuse. Wonder which one does charm. I like that confuse animation though. Don't kill her. Regained control. That was a very short-lived confusion. Oh, that's nice. They've grouped up, I can hit them with indirect AoEs. Don't kill Doris. What if you can die to poison? Dante from Devil May Cry stand a better chance of surviving in a Resident Evil world or Dark Souls world? I feel like he'd have pretty good chances in both of them, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think either of them would really bother him too much. Like, both of those worlds are dangerous to humans. I don't think Dante would give a shit. Yeah. Like, I feel like though, of the two, the Dark Souls universe is definitely way more dangerous, but Dante is just really strong. Like, he wouldn't have issues with the shit that's in these worlds. But Dante routinely deals with some pretty fucking big and powerful monsters that are basically demigods. I don't think he would care about either of them. Especially, like, if he wasn't actually concerned about, like, you know, killing Gwyn or something. Yeah, he would be smug as fuck in Resident Evil. There's nothing in Resident Evil that he would be like, man, this is a serious threat to me. No, he wouldn't be bothered by being bitten. I highly doubt that he would turn into a zombie. He's not a human. He's half human, but, like, I highly doubt that aspect would get him. I mean, the weird thing, though, is that human characters get bitten all the time as long as they're just as long as they are not a random NPC that has no plot relevance. They just don't get infected. I assume it's like, what's it called? Left 4 Dead, how some people are just immune. Aw, low roll. He's got fucking 2 HP in a dream right now. Yeah, Buddhist was actually basically like a god, like a demigod, right? Yeah. Like, I feel like if, in Resident Evil, pretty much all of the things could be dealt with by a determined group of, determined and coordinated humans could deal with most of the threats in Resident Evil. It's like, if left unchecked, all of those things would be catastrophic on a global scale, but stopping it is mostly killing a large, powerful creature. It's not like, you know, a god with the ability to fucking split the world in half or something, which is kind of the shit that Dante deals with in Devil May Cry, or at least to some extent. They're an extremely powerful, you know, threat to the existence of the planet. Whereas, like, everything in Resident Evil is taken down by conventional weapons and guns. Shooting someone in the head usually kills them. Yeah. Like, the vast majority of things in Resident Evil are very vulnerable to... Is she dead? No. Are very vulnerable to just getting shot. What have we got? 77... Both the archers are dead. The Dragoon is an issue, but... Still want to kill the dragons. Might save his action for last. More of a numbers game. I mean, okay, like, I think you could have 10 zombies or a million zombies versus any of the major characters in the Devil May Cry universe, and they wouldn't care. Like, you could literally have a billion zombies fighting Dante. He'll get bored before he gets hurt. And that applies to basically any of the major players in the Devil May Cry game. They're not dealing with humans on a human level of power. They are very capable of, you know, raining hell on their enemies. Yeah. The thing is, though, is whether or not Dante would care to get involved. Like, if he's there, like, he's not in danger. So unless he's got some kind of vested interest in helping people, he could just chill. Like, unless someone pays him, he's probably not going to help you. Kind of have to heal her, but maybe I can just, like, surround her as well, because the Dragoon's getting very close and he hits her for like 80 damage a swing. You'd air juggle Wesker. Maybe Wesker would put up a little bit of a fight, but Wesker is an enhanced human, you know? He could dodge a bullet, but, like, he can't turn into a demon and cut apart a god, you know? Why would Heisenberg possibly win against Dante, as opposed to any of the other enemies in... I mean, have you played any of the Devil May Cry games? I'm not sure if you are actually familiar with the character. If that's the question, I don't think you are familiar with the characters. Yeah, I feel like in the Dark Souls universe, he also wouldn't have any issues, but like he also would have even less incentive to get involved. Yeah, like Heisenberg has got the power of magnetism, and he's not going to be easy to kill, but he died to just getting shot a bunch of times too. And like getting stabbed, like physical wounds aren't an issue for Dante either. I mean, shit, in the opening cutscene in Devil May Cry 3, no, but he has guns as well. Shit, he would punch him to death. Dante doesn't give a shit about that. Like, Dante also has a bunch of guns, but yeah, what? Because you can't swing a sword at Heisenberg. He's undefeatable for Dante. I don't think so. I feel like if Heisenberg was, like, trying to pick a fight with Dante, Dante would probably, you know, beat him with his bare hands out of principle, just to humiliate him. Yeah, like, I feel like you probably haven't played the DMC games, if that's the question. Can Dante beat Goku? I mean, I guess that probably depends on which part of Dragon Ball you're in. But probably not. But yes, like, Dragon Ball has got planet-destroying levels of threat. Like characters that could literally blow up a planet with their own hands. That is a bit outside of the range of what Dante normally deals with. He's dealing with things that could raise a city, or cause massive destruction, but not, like, literally explode a planet. But, that being said, he probably would be able to just survive. Maybe not if the planet got destroyed, but, he's pretty hard to kill. Notoriously difficult to kill. Yes. I agree. Dante in the Doom world? Same deal. He would fuck... I feel like Dante would love being in the Doom world. He would have a... That's him in his element. That is him in his element. And he would probably befriend Doom Guy. Is Sailor Moon insanely powerful? I wouldn't know. I've watched a bit of Sailor Moon when I was a kid, but I can't say I've read too far into it. Jesus Christ, man, are you serious? Alright, he is trapped. I better heal him just in case. I don't think he'll be able to kill Ivana or Alphonse in one turn. Yeah, I feel like Dante would be pretty in place in SMT. I mean, he is literally in SMT3, but you know, maybe he wouldn't win in a fight 1v1 against Kagutsuchi, but most of the things he'd be fine against. Could Dante survive Australia? Probably not, man. He would absolutely die to the first kangaroo that he encounters. I mean, I feel like SMT5 Lucifer is... He may be over his current existence, but he's still pretty powerful. I like, actually, in the cutscene near Tokyo Tower at SMT5, how he's just like, you know, he's doing his spiel, he's saying what's happening and all that good shit, and then the angels try to attack him and he's just like, what the fuck, he just waves his hand. The entire army just gets literally deleted, just removed from existence. Ah, shit. Maybe I can attack like this. Miss. Yeah, he doesn't want to win. It's weird. He doesn't. He wants to lose, but he also wants to put up a fight. Maybe he has to die unwillingly for it to count. Nua and what's his face? Probably. I don't know. Have you played... Vince, have you played any of the Devil May Cry games? God, this guy's got way too much health. Yeah, I don't think watching someone... Because I know you almost always in and out of streams. I don't think you dedicated a lot of time to watching that playthrough. Maybe I should actually move him away so the girls can attack him. Actually, I guess I can make her attack from here. DFC is a really good time, yeah. Especially 3 and 5. Very, very fun games. Ooh, 100 EXP. Dirge of Cerberus? But Dirge of Cerberus has literally no similarities. You're just playing as a guy that kills monsters. And it's a third-person shooter. Four is where you play as Nero as a main character, yeah. And he's got the glowing hand that he can use to grab onto things and fly around. You don't like button mashes, but they're not button mashes. If you tried to button mash your way through Devil May Cry, you're gonna get fucked. Unless you're playing on easy. Like, maybe you'd be able to fumble your way through it if you were just mashing attack. But that game has actual true combos and weapon switching and a lot more actually, you know, avoiding attacks and all that good stuff. I think actually if you think it's a button masher, it's very telling on how much you know about the game. Yeah. I mean, okay, Dynasty Warriors, yeah, absolutely button masher. God of War 1 and 2, I'm not sure about 3. God of War 1 and 2 are very button mashy. Yes, it has combos, but like, you can basically solve everything. Unless you're playing on the hardest difficulty, you can solve everything by just mashing the basic attack button. But it's fun button mashing. But, yeah, that is not the case with Devil May Cry. The other way you're gonna get away with that is if you are really good at dodging or playing on easy. I don't know. I've only played like 2 Dynasty Warriors games, and they both felt like just running around a field and mashing attack on things. But I also didn't get that far in them. They might actually just be more difficult as you get further in. Just felt like running around and sweeping down hordes of enemies. Yeah, I haven't played enough. I haven't played enough Dynasty Warriors to really comment. I've seen a fair bit. It looks like mashing, but you can't really tell by watching. I can't see the inputs. I'm not watching if they have combos. I'm not like paying attention to that kind of thing if I'm watching someone play, because I can't see their inputs. Every action game looks like a button masher if you haven't played it. Anything new in the shop? Composite bow. That is not a composite. That's clearly a crossbow. Hey, this is new. Man, that's expensive as fuck though. Yeah, I mean, I don't really include like the highest difficulty as like a general guideline though. The highest difficulty in most action games is pretty ridiculous if it has it. Like if you're gonna be like this game is hard because of the highest difficulty, then you would also be comparing it to like Dante Must Die mode, and that's like just crazy compared to just beating it on normal or hard even. The high greasy boots. The highest difficulty gets insane, but the game isn't balanced around the highest difficulty either. In plus 15, that's pretty good. Oh, you could totally do fine on DMC3, just mashing the basic combo with your sword for the first few levels, yeah. It's definitely got to make bosses hard, though. Like, not using any of the good combos, and not just being good at dodging, you're going to get fucked by the bosses, for sure. Even the first boss, really. In DMC3, the first boss is the Cerberus thing, right? Yeah. You're not going to have a good time against even him. I can smell something burning. It's like burnt hair, what the fuck? Hang on, I'll be right back. I feel like something's burning outside. I just want to see what it is. Now, my cat is sleeping right next to me. She's doing quite alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm not even sure what that is. I can smell it outside, but I can't see anything. It smells like a fucking tire fire. Well, not that intense, but yeah. Let's see, what do I miss in chat? Dark Cloud. Man, that game is very mashy if you're using any of the ranged. Monster Hunter Rise is just as much of a button masher as Devil May Cry is. If not even more, perhaps. So I think that should give you an idea. Because Monster Hunter is not a button masher at all. Also, all of those games are totally different genres. That doesn't clarify anything. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about appeal. But you said you weren't interested in Devil May Cry because you thought it was a button masher. But it's not. Like, if you like because you like Monster Hunter, that doesn't mean that you would like Devil May Cry. But it gives you a reference point. Like, the reason why you said you dislike it is it's not a thing. Like, it just simply isn't. Just like you couldn't get away with button mashing in Monster Hunter, you can't get away with button mashing in, honestly, any moderately difficult action. Like any moderately difficult hack and slash is probably not going to let you get away with it. Enable water walking. Oh, sweet. Why do the greasy boots make you walk on water? Yeah, Monster Hunter gets pretty mashy if you're playing multiplayer and using a ranged weapon. But that's like... that's kind of an exception, though. Like, if you're playing Monster Hunter with a ranged weapon in multiplayer, the boss probably isn't targeting you. You're much more likely to be just shooting at it. Yeah, I mean, I don't like... I agree there. I don't really like playing as ranged either. I think the bowgun is kind of fun, but... it's like... only in single player. Sitting at range to the game like that is kind of boring. It's like using bows in Dark Souls. It's kind of just boring. Like, most of what you're going to be doing is running away from enemies and then shooting them until they get close to you and then running away from them again. Let's see. I have quite a terrain advantage here. Oh shit, it's a Cerberus. Yeah, Total War Warhammer is one that I should get into at some point. I played a bit of the second one. It was fun. can't justify paying that much for a game because all the DLCs combined and all of that shit is just ridiculously expensive. It annoys me. It's like I don't want to give them money out of principle just because of how scummy they are. I don't know about streaming it though. That's the thing. I guess like it would be easier to stream than most RTS games.
I'm in danger.
Because RTS games are kind of difficult to stream because of how much it divides my attention. Also, I'll look with the raid. Welcome, welcome. That's good, Silver. How was your stream? What were you doing today? RPG Maker dev stuff? Yeah, I mean, why would you even consider an RTS as a button masher then? But what? It's like it's a different genre. You can't have an RTS button masher. Finish combat for the sky. So that sounds good. That's what I like to hear. Being productive. Oh, I can't jump across that gap because it's an elevation difference. Fuck. You know what? I actually might as well just move around this way with the mages. %90 chance to hit. Wow, 19. That's probably the lowest I've seen. And he still managed to hit it. Somehow. Impressive, honestly. And then missed a 57%. Those things have some very high evasion. The fairies and the gremlins have really, really high evasion. But, yeah, anyway. Total War... Like, I played Total War Warhammer 2. It was pretty fun. But, like, the reason why, even though I like RTS games, the reason why I don't like playing them on stream is because of how much it divides my attention. It's really hard to pay attention to the game and also actually read and respond to chat. And it's just exhausting, honestly. But I guess, like, Total War is real-time with pause, so it's probably a bit easier, but I would constantly be pausing. Anything that divides my attention too much is difficult to stream for me. While you're in Overworld? Yeah, but I mean, like, what? Am I just gonna ignore chat for the 20 minutes I'm in battle for? Like... Yeah. Oh, it's real-time with pause in battle. You can slow it down or speed it up or pause it and issue commands. Unless it varies between the games. I've only played 2 Total War games. Shogun 2 and Warhammer 2. Both of them were the same in that regard, though. She's still a guest? I just realized that. %32% chance to hit. Fuck you. These things have some crazy evasion. Yes. Like, the battles in RTS games can be quite long. Much like the battles in this game. Like, But this is turn-based. I can take it as slow as I want and read chat. It doesn't matter that there's many things to pay attention to. In RTS games, as much as I enjoy them, when I was a kid, it was my favorite genre. Nowadays, I've just branched out, I guess. But I do still enjoy playing them. It's just that, like, when I'm streaming a game, if I've got a bunch of different things that I have to pay attention to constantly, even if they're, like, not extremely difficult to handle, it's just that there are a lot of things dividing my attention. And if that's the case, then it's probably going to mean that I'm missing most of what's being said in chat. Yeah, Stronghold was pretty fun. I did enjoy that one. And Crusader was also, like, Stronghold Crusader was also... Are you for real? Motherfucker. But Crusader, well, it was still fun. It took away from the thing that I liked a lot in the first game. Didn't completely remove it, but it did very largely reduce it. Yeah, the co-op was pretty BS. Because all the maps were designed, basically, one character is at a massive... one player is at a massive disadvantage, and the other is at an advantage. And it requires you to help... It requires the one with the advantage to protect the other one until they can get on their feet. So it inherently makes, like, every map actually pretty fucking long. You know, it's not really a bad thing, but it's kind of a lazy way to force cooperation, in my opinion. But I don't really know. To be fair, though, I don't really know of a better solution to that. Actually getting you to cooperate, because a lot of the time you wouldn't have to. You'd kind of just do your own thing, and as long as you're both competent players, you'd be able to win. But they obviously wanted you to actually cooperate, understandably. But the way they did it was kind of just like, oh, cool. The single-player campaigns in Crusader were pretty fun, though. But they did kind of devolve into the same sort of thing. Where you end up kind of just swarming the enemy with the same unit type. Well, not that you have to do that, of course, but like it's just so effective that it feels like a waste if you're not. Finish the trials. I don't know if I did all of them. I did a lot of them. I don't know if I did all of them, though. I think I might have just got to a point where they started taking so long to do. Where they start, you know, where you start against an enemy with, like, overwhelmingly more resources. So you have to really build up a big force before you can even attempt to go near them. And that drags out the games really long. So I think I'd have to check. I'd have to, like, reinstall the game and look. Gotta go. Have a great stream. Have a good one, Alec. Thank you for the raid, by the way. And have a good night. I'm pretty certain you're in Australia. But I have really bad with remembering who lives where. But I'm pretty sure it's nighttime for you right now. Okay, I'm not just mixing shit up. I'm really bad at... I'm bad with names, even. But remembering where people live... Ooh. Oh, at least she's actually attacking now. I'm actually curious now how many of them I actually beat. Because I was playing, like, I put a pretty good amount of time into that one. I'm pretty sure I did, like, I did the main campaigns, but I don't think I did all of the trials. I think I just did a lot of them, and eventually got bored, because the matches started taking so long. But it was quite a while ago, so I would have to check. The other item is here. Will he even be able to hit this? Probably not. Wow, okay. Sorcerer's Cup, not bad. I don't think she's going to be able to reach with an indirect. Oh no, she can. Nice. And if it doesn't low roll, it'll kill him. No, it high rolled even. Man, my mages are putting in a lot of work. Was his name Harold? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, shit, I have to deal with that guy. I don't know if it matters if she dies. He's not the thing isn't doing very much damage, though. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Oh. Mesmerize. Whatever it is, it didn't apply its status effect. Oh, why the fuck are you going that way? Why are you even still a guest? You joined my party. Ooh. Maybe I'll make the Birdmen go over and kill this guy. They have really high evasion though. It'd be easier to kill them with indirect magic. If Denim was in this game, which I don't think he wouldn't be born yet, because this is like 25 years before Let Us Clean Together. So Denim would not be born yet, but if he was in this game, he would be fighting me. Because I'm playing as the opposite faction. In this, you are playing as Lodis, who is the antagonist in basically all the other Ogre Battle games. And you are a dick. Whatever that gremlin's name is. Oh yeah, I totally should have put that ice sword on Alphonse. Dick! What does that actually stand for? I'm assuming that DIC is an acronym for whatever that company is, and all I know about them is that I've seen that thing a million times. Dick! And it was just funny, because Dick! Haha! Dick's in Cock. It's actually a company dedicated to docking. The main character's future Trunks? I mean, let's take a look at his portrait here. Oh, you can't actually view the portrait in battle, can you? He actually doesn't have particularly long hair. This is just a recolored sprite. This game has got so many reused assets. Diffusion, information, communication. That just makes it even more confusing. I feel like the founder of that company was just like, let's make it an acronym for Dick. And you know, I can respect that. It's like the first Criterion in FF14, another Sildine subterrane. And that's great, you know, when the acronym for the current dungeon or raid is ARS. Oh, I see. Yeah, that'd do it. But at the same time, I feel like a company can't really get to the stage of having anything international without realizing it. Even then, like anything at scale, Surely they're gonna have someone who speaks at least a little bit of English. And anyone who learns any language, usually the first thing they learn is the curse words. They learn how to say hello, and that I don't speak that language. And then they learn how to say fuck you. I'd believe it much more for a Japanese company though, because they're just so notoriously xenophobic that they probably, there's a good chance they could have a company with 100 staff and none of them speak any English at all. But French, any European country, I don't know. The further back you go, the more likely it is, I suppose. Damn, he just got plus agility. Mid-battle. That's what that trait does. I think Sniper is just landing enough hits with a bow. And it gives you a passive gain to agility. Oh, that's going to hit both of them. Let's see, will it do the status effect on either of them? Sleep. And I got both of them. Back in the 1900s. Ooh. That's not nice. Confused players go. I guess it makes sense that they would go first, but. Oh, that should. Yes. That's good. What's your move range? Pretty bad. Yeah, it's more likely in the 70s to have someone not knowing English in a country that doesn't have English as a main language. But even in the 70s, like, international trade was very big, and it's France. They're right next to England. At that point, I feel like you're pretty likely. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I imagine even in the 70s, in most European countries, most people would at least know a little bit of English, unless they live out in the sticks. Like, I feel like most of the time, if you've got more than, like, say, 20 people in a company, even if their main language is anything else, literally any other language, I feel like it's very likely that at least some of the staff would speak at least a bit of English, and they would notice something like that. Like, if you had a company in, I don't know, I was going to say Germany, but Germans speak English better than anyone else does. In any other country, like, I don't know, Russia, and the acronym was FUCK, but otherwise it was a harmless name. Someone someone would be like, haha, that's funny. And they would point it out. They wouldn't necessarily say you have to change it or something, but they would point it out because it's funny and stupid. That is unfortunate that this missed. And this is going to be a very low accuracy hit too. God damn it. Hopefully neither of these two die. Really, Arrow? I find it weird when someone's like, hey, your English is really good. It's like, kind of, I would take that as an insult if it wasn't my first language. Unless it's like someone that I know who is aware that I'm learning the language or something. Like, if when I was doing my German on Duolingo, if, you know, someone that I know knows that I'm learning it complimented me on my proficiency, then yes, that's a compliment. But if it was someone that I didn't know, just like randomly saying it, it feels like an underhanded compliment. No, it's like, it's one that I used to see is like, hey, you're pretty good at this game for a girl. And it's like, what the fuck? Why would you say that? Why would you say it like that even? That's crazy. My English is pretty good for an Australian. And you know what? Compared to most Australians, I think I am pretty proficient in English. I'll just don't hit jank. Nice. I do struggle with Americanisms. But then again, I struggle with Australianisms sometimes. Yeah, we call them chips. But we also call what Americans call fries. We call those chips as well. Fish and chips, indeed. What are the healths at? 103, 70. Okay, good for now. She does need a heal, but... Potato is potato. I feel like I don't actually know why we just call it all chips. I think the other time you'll hear people saying fries is if they are foreigners in Australia or they work at McDonald's. Because they have to, if they work at McDonald's. Yeah, that makes sense. Really? I didn't know that, Knight. Wouldn't that just kind of inherently make them pretty misshapen? And have very little actual change on the flavor? It would be more of a texture thing. We have a fluffier interior. Although, now that I think about it, I don't know. I mean, I guess I didn't know the German word for, like, chips or fries or whatever. But isn't the German word for potato Kartoffel? I don't know how to pronounce it. Or something like that. Something similar to that. Yeah, I thought so. That's the face of confusion right there. I kind of want to cure it, but at the same time, if I hit her myself, it'll do a lot of damage. Yes. They're secretly controlled by Moogles. I mean, I don't think anyone has ever approached me for directions to where something is in the grocery store. But, like, if someone said crisps, I know what they're talking about. Like, imported chips from the EU in general, they will not always, but often be called crisps. Because they've translated the packaging to English for the UK, and they've just used the same translation when they've brought it over here. Pringles are an abomination. Yeah. Pringles are reconstituted potato. Reconstituted potato for some reason. Probably a lot less wastage in their in the creation process, though, I guess. Oh shit! I got 2 confused people over there now. They gotta kill each other? Okay, she regained control. He did not. Please don't kill her. It's gonna hit so hard. She survived! Yeah, Pringles are the chicken nuggets of potato. Fuck you, man. That was like an 85% chance to hit, too. And he got Miracle out of that. How hard would that hit him? Not fatal. That's all that matters. Pringles taste alright. I used to love them when I was a kid. This music sounds alright when it's not coming out of a GBA speaker. You definitely have some tracks in this that sound like they are coming out of a Sega's asshole. But, you know, most of it isn't like that. I kind of want to win on this turn because I have a confused ninja who is likely to kill someone on the next turn. I don't think this shot's gonna make it, but I'll try. Not quite. Oh, she's close enough to hit it. I haven't had Pringles in years, but I loved it when I was a kid. I was like, if I was going to be buying any kind of potato chips, I'd be going for Pringles. They're like the premium when I was a kid. But now it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like how when I was a kid, Fruit Loops were awesome. Epic of Tinea. I don't know what that is. Like I loved Fruit Loops when I was a kid. Tasting them now, though, they're kind of gross. They taste very, very artificial. And it's like I loved, you know, Kraft cheese singles when I was a kid. But now it's like, wow, this is so shit. I'd rather just have any other type of cheese. It's like, you know, like Yogo and stuff like that. LCMs, uh, like very, very artificially flavored things that are, for kids, they're just sweet and cheap to make. That's all the kids really care about, is that it's sweet and it tastes vaguely like the thing that it's supposed to taste like. But as an adult, you're much more likely to have tasted nicer things and have a better, I guess, frame of reference for quality. Whoa! What the fuck happened to this guy's chin? His head is just a part of his neck. Damn. The sacred spear is called Longicalnus? Longicalnus? Is that just like a horrible translation? How's it going, Churro? Alphonse just completely turned his back to the enemy there, too. Fully armed enemies that were threatening him. And he turned around. He turned his back to them. I don't know why those two would be alone here, though. No, I mean, he said they're unworthy of the spear, not that they couldn't wield it. Lucius. What a name. Yes, that's the one. Well, it's the one that they used to stab him, apparently. But, like, yeah, maybe it's just a horrible translation. She's 10? Really? She doesn't look like she's 10, but I mean, Alphonse is 15. And he does not look like he's 15 either. Because of a promise. That is such a lame... Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't click. But yeah. She did say that she found her as a baby 10 years ago. That is very creepy that they're making a weird love story with a 10-year-old girl, but it's a Japanese game, I guess. But I guess it's like... I guess it's slightly less weird because Alphonse is also a teenager, but like 5 years is a very big gap. Like, okay, a 15-year-old dating a 13-year-old, not that weird. A 10-year-old dating anyone is really weird, though. Even if they're both 10, it's still weird. Like, they're both kids, but one of them is still considerably younger than the other. Yeah, very different levels of maturity between a 10 and a 15-year-old. They're both kids, but... yeah, there's a big gap there. Like, he's also lived a... he's essentially had to live as an adult, though. Like, he's in the military. He started his training, I think he said, at 12. So, like, he's been in a military routine surrounded by adults for a good portion of his life. it's still silly that he was knighted at 15 or whatever, but like, she is a priest that lives in a remote church. Yeah, okay, whatever, she's got an abusive stepfather, but I don't think she's really had to deal with any of the horrors of war or adult responsibility. She's actually just a kid. Alphonse is a kid that's kind of has been forced to grow up quickly. But she's just a kid. She's just a sheltered kid. Why would people still be talking about... That's like 400 years is too big of a gap. Why would they still be talking about him? Especially if they didn't like him. His name would have been lost to time, for sure. Oh, yeah, I mean, Lozo, I feel like if people are over 25, I don't care what the age gap is. Like, I've known many people who have dated someone who was 10 years younger or older than them, but that's like a 30-year-old and a 40-year-old. At that point, it doesn't fucking matter. They're both consenting adults that have reached about as mature as you can expect someone to be at that point. There certainly isn't any power play or, like, I don't know, what's the word? There's no coercion. There's no abuse of power. I mean, unless it actually is an abusive relationship, but that's a different thing. That has nothing to do with age gap. That's just people being cunts. But with a kid, even if it's two kids with a slightly different age gap, like, it's almost impossible to not rule out coercion. A little bit weird if you got like an 80-year-old with a 20-year-old. A little bit weird. Usually it's obviously someone who is paying someone who is younger, or someone who was younger trying to get inheritance. But they're adults. Like, I think it's weird, but at the same time, if some old rich dude wants to have a young, attractive woman to have fun with, let's say, and she's okay with that, she's getting paid, who fucking cares? Like, they're adults. Like, it's weird, and I think it's kind of gross, but they're adults. Like, who cares? Yeah, that's definitely dubious. I don't know, man. Am I the only one who thinks it's weird for someone to date someone considerably younger than them to the point of it actually being a matter of maturity? Like, if it's two adults that have had to live in the real world, you know, that is, they are over 20, they've had to have a job, they probably live in their own place, or have moved out of home. Like, they are adults. They have been forced to make their own decisions and live in society. They can make a decision of whose dick they suck. But if they are before that point, when they're still, like, they're barely out of school, they may not have even had a job, they haven't had to live in the real world because they've been sheltered by their parents. I mean, obviously, there are exceptions to this, but that's when it starts getting fucking weird. It's like, like an 18-year-old is barely a consenting adult. Obviously, I'm not gonna be like, oh, an 18-year-old can't date a fucking 18-year-old. Of course, that would be fucking stupid. But, like, it's pretty weird if you get someone who's, like, say, over 20 dating someone who's 18. Anyone who's, like, say, 23, 24, 25 dating someone who's 18. That's a pretty big gap. That's a pretty fucking big gap in maturity. You have no interest in a woman younger than 35. Damn. I think, for me, it is purely a matter of whether they have any interests in common with me at this point. Like, I guess the age cutoff would probably end up being like 25. But like, I'm not going to have anything in common with someone in their early 20s even. Why would I want to date a girl who's fucking 20? I would almost certainly not like her. Almost certainly. Beyond like surface level conversation. If I'm going to be dating someone, it better be someone I get along with. Because I'm spending a lot of time with someone. I'm going to want to like have common interests. Yeah. I feel like that's the real thing for anyone over 30, right? It's whether or not you actually have shared interests. Cuz like at that point anyone is going to be in like anyone who would have shared interests is probably going to be considerably older than 25. Or just older than 25. I feel like that's like a pretty big point for most people. 25 is the point where, around 25 for most people, is the point where they realize that they don't actually care about keeping up with the trends that they were chasing when they were 18 to 21, whatever. They don't care about the trends, they think they're stupid, and they're more interested in someone who they are sharing common interests with, rather than just having a boyfriend or girlfriend for the sake of it. Because, like, for a lot of people, especially younger people, in the 18 to 24 range, they just feel like they are obligated to be in a relationship. I mean, a lot of people just have that compulsion or obligation, they keep that with them for their whole life. But I feel like most people after 25, they realize that they are not interested in the shit that they were interested when they were a kid, and it's like a cutoff. Like the odds of you having shared interest with someone who is 10 years either way, no matter like where you could be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, doesn't matter. 10 years either way is a generational gap. That's a big enough gap to not have any of the, not necessarily any of the same interests, but less likely. Although, that being said, people who are over 25 or over 30 especially have usually reached a point where they are pursuing their own interests rather than following popular trends. I mean, even with like video games, like when I was a teenager, I'd play a game just because it's popular, because everyone was playing it, and I want to be involved. But now I'm much more likely to seek out a game that I'm interested in, and the popularity of the game has no bearing. The popularity and age of the game has literally zero factor in my interest in it. And that kind of goes with most hobbies and interests, I feel. Most people, when they're younger, if they have even a moderate interest, they're going to get into something that's popular because it's what their friends are doing and what most people their age are doing. But when you are no longer caring about that, yeah, you then start pursuing things that are of your own interest. And when you start pursuing things of your own interest, not popularity, you're very likely to encounter people of all ages. Like, I don't know, if I wanted to get into cricket, just like casual cricket for funsies, it's very likely that if I joined a team, there'd be a pretty decent range, because there would be just a separation for kids and teenagers would have their own age brackets, but then everything over like 25 is probably just in the same group. Like, well, actually, it was someone my mother dated fucking like 20 years ago. He played cricket he played cricket in just like a casual for funsies team because, you know, he was, I guess, 30-something, 40, and it was just like a social outlet, right? People on his team were all over the place in age. They didn't care about that. They weren't being competitive. They were just having fun. But all of the kids are in age brackets. The 12-year-olds, like the 12 to 13-year-olds, are not going to be playing with the 15 to 16-year-olds. They'll get their ass beat. I hate snow. Snow is so cold and harsh. It gets everywhere. I feel like this conversation was poorly translated. Like, for me, when I was in high school, the stuff that I did, the games that I played, the stuff that I read, the movies that I watched, all of that, every single bit of that was influenced by what other kids my age were doing. I was doing shit that my friends were into. Not necessarily because it was what I was interested in doing myself, but because I just wanted to be included in whatever everyone else was doing. Not that I would do something that I'm not going to go play a game that I don't like. I wasn't about to go start playing AFL. I don't like AFL. But that's just how it is. Like, kids are just like that. They're gonna try and be included. They're gonna want to be involved in whatever their peers are into. And they don't usually, I think most people don't usually start pursuing their own interests until they're spending their own money on it. No one's gonna buy a $100 game just to be included with other people in their age group. That's the real cutoff. When they actually have financial responsibilities and commitments that would force them to pick and choose what they do because it's their money. Anyway, that's enough for tonight. It's already 20 past, so I'm not going to start another battle because that could take a really, really long time. Who knows? I definitely need to do a little bit of level catch-up, I would say. That last mission was like... I mean, I feel like if I get 100 experience for killing something, I am too low level. Because the experience you get... If you get 100 experience for killing something, they have to be like 4 or 5 levels higher than you. Because that's just how experience works in this game. But yeah, I'm out for today. I'll be back tomorrow as always. This week, very likely I'm going to stream on Saturday, but not stream on Monday. So Monday, Tuesday off. But I'll post on Discord when I've confirmed that. I'm going to have it's got to be an interesting week. Or at least interesting weekend and start of the next week anyway. Because I'm going to be pretty busy on the weekend as well, but it's daytime stuff, so it shouldn't interrupt the streams. But Monday, Tuesday is nighttime stuff, so I would have to either do like a short stream or something like that, and I don't want to do that. Streaming isn't very fun when I'm like being kept to a really tight schedule and I have to be careful and all that. Time management. Anyway, I'm out. Have a good one and all that good stuff. Hopefully see you all tomorrow.